Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms Longbottom.
Good morning, Commissioner Caldas. The first witness who will give evidence today is Major General Jeffrey Singleman. Before I call the General to give evidence, I understand his counsel, Ms Sharp, seeks leave to appear.
May it please the Commissioners, my name is Sharp. I seek leave to appear for retired Major General Jeff Singleman.
Thank you, Ms Sharp. We understand there hasn't been a previous application, but we're happy to approve it today on the spot, and there'll be some paperwork, obviously, that'll follow through later on. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, I call retired Major General Singleman and ask that he be administered the oath or affirmation.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Perhaps before we start, I'll just need to place on the record that I have known Major General Singleman for some years in our previous professions, both of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. Operator, can you please display the tender list? Commissioners, I tender the document identified in the tender bundle in the manner in which it is described.
Thank you. It's accepted on that basis, and it'll be allocated the next number. Thank you.
Major General, you've had a long and distinguished career in the Army. You served for 37 years, and you've held a number of senior leadership positions within the Australian Defence Force. Is that correct?
That is correct.
They include Special Operations Commander Australia between 2014 and 2017.
Correct.
Head of Modernisation and Strategic Planning for Army between 2012 and 2014.
Correct.
Deputy Chief of Army between 2011 and 2012.
Correct.
And as I understand it, General, you've also been awarded a number of recognitions of your service, including the Distinguished Service Cross. That's correct?
Correct.
The Conspicuous Service Cross.
Correct.
You are also a member of the Order of Australia.
Correct.
You've deployed on numerous occasions and to numerous locations in the Middle East and Southeast Asia.
Correct.
And you've served in times of war.
Yes.
And in times of peace.
Yes.
General, why have you decided to come and give evidence before the Royal Commission today?
As a leader and as a commander of Australian troops, I feel a strong and enduring obligation to represent and care for the interests of those people. They're real people with real families. Their memories, how they served and what they sacrificed matter a lot to me. So when I heard that the Commission was considering such an important topic, I felt a need to come forward, even though I'm retired, to offer my personal reflections and comments in the hope that in some small way they might help the Commission, and through the Commission, those people that serve with me, to move to a better place.
What insights does your career give you about the issues this Royal Commission is grappling with?
It seems to me that this is very obviously a complex matter, that despite previous attempts to understand, comprehend and grasp it and to put in place measures that deal with it, we as a nation are still struggling with what I would say is defining the problem or understanding the issue. And so a first point for me is to ask, if we don't comprehend this matter as fully as we wish to and need to and want to, what does it take to do so? so that there's no more backward steps in this area, no more reflecting about what we don't know or need to relearn. So a big conclusion from me is, how do we seize and grasp the knowledge that makes us as a nation wiser in this area, so that the choices we make in the future reduce this problem or ultimately eliminate it. 2, clearly in complexity and scale, this is beyond any one department, any one individual. I know from professional experience that many nations and defence forces are grappling with the same problem. We aren't unique here. Having seen what I've seen on the battlefield and in the peace zone, I comprehend that complexity. I know as a person that it's not a lack of will or desire by the individuals concerned to do something about this. It is not a lack of care for our people and wanting to look after them. It's just, this is a wicked problem. And it's, in my opinion, greater than a department. It's a national undertaking. And so the second point is that how might we explore ways to build a national team of teams where we work together and unify our effort and our purpose for a better common goal that is collaborative with other matched international efforts, so that we can bring all this to bear and help answer that difficult question. And then the final point is just an inner desire within me to say, how do we help these people better? How do we as human beings, as real people, reach out to one another and find better ways to deal with this? Not just when an event happens, but in the lead up to it. What are the risk factors? How do we prepare and train for these things better? How do we comprehend the impacts better? And as well, how do we respond to them afterwards? And how do we do all those things in concert in a way that represents global best practice? And then my final point is, having been a former commander of special operations and used to working with some of the most impressive people in the world, whose imaginations and abilities were largely unbounded, do I within me think that as a nation, we, if we strive and work together, can be the best in the world at this? You betcha. And so I'm wondering how we do that as a national team.
And can I just stop you there, General? In your statement, you talk about your personal experiences as a commander in struggling with the tragic aftermath of the death and suicide of one of your senior commanders. But you also talk about your feeling, at least, that in the past, too many have felt that they own parts of the issue and that their efforts, while well-intended, have been stovepiped, fragmented, distorted or smothered by other approaches and initiatives. Could you please expand on those observations for the Commissioners?
Happy to, and I'd like to specify for those that may not have read my open statement that because it's open, I'd commend people to understand the full context of what I said and why. I've worked in defence for a long time. I've also worked in DVA. I'm reasonably comfortable with whole of government and interdepartmental approaches. It is my view that most of the people in all of those different organisations, entities, were good people trying to do the right thing. But did we have the right plan? Did we have the right processes? Did we have the right understanding? Were the resources channelled in the right way? I believe, in fact, I would offer, I think it's a truism based on what I think the Royal Commission has already been talking through, that clearly there is significant evidence to at least lead to some doubt that we aren't quite as together on this as we'd rather be. Right? But it's not for lack of trying. And I also would like to think, at least as a commander, it was never for a lack of resources. When it came to the well-being of my people, I was never limited in that regard. And I believe that is still true. So if there is a will and if there is a motive that is positive and necessary, then what's the missing link here? And how do we get at that missing link? Well, one of my observations in my statement is that often individuals, if they're not working towards a unified purpose and goal and with common understanding, can, with the best intentions and deep enthusiasm, move in the direction they think is right, but it's not necessarily the same direction that everyone else is moving in. So there's unintentional dissonance across the spectrum of all the participants. If you are, as I once was, a very self-confident, empowered leader with significant access to decision-making authority and resources, if I decided to move the ship in a certain direction and go, largely that's the direction we went in. And when I was right, that was good. And if I wasn't quite right, that wasn't quite good. So what I think we have is a lot of well-intended, often empowered senior leaders in various departments, in various branches and various areas. So we're all trying to do the right thing, but we're not necessarily rowing in the right direction. So if someone thinks their research approach is the right one, does that make it right? Or does that make it simply another bit of research? If someone's conclusion about what is the right thing to do, a therapy, a policy, an approach, does that make it right? Or is it simply manifested by the enthusiasm of the senior leader at the time that is backing that, and does it dissipate away when that leader moves on? I've noted that there's clearly dissonance across the agencies and the stakeholders involved in this space. Again, the will is positive. The desire to do something for our people is absolutely there. And so when I express things like this in written or verbal form, it's important to me that I make the distinction that I am not criticising those individuals or organisations for their undertakings. They all have merit. They all do. The past ones and the current ones. But are they integrated, and are they working towards a common goal, and are they doing the right thing? I would offer that there's fair evidence to suggest that that is not the case. Is there stovepiping between departments and individuals and agencies and branches? Yes, there is.
And General, you talk at a number of points in your statement about the unique nature of the military, both as an organisation but also in terms of service in the military. Just focusing particularly on the military as an organisation, what insights can you give the commissioners about what they need to understand about defence in order to help defence address this problem?
Thank you. That's a big question, and I don't mind admitting I feel some weight on that, because while I'm retired and much of my service has been in the military, it's not like I'm appointed to be the spokesperson of it. No. And so I make that statement of humbleness and reserve. Nevertheless, the military and the words that are often used in association with the military can sometimes read as plain English and at other times defy easy comprehension. The distinction between the Department of Defence, which is a department, and the Australian Defence Force, which is the uniformed entity that normally deploys and conducts operations. They are both two distinct organisations with arguably their own cultures and purpose, but they're also part of the one organisation that work together and respect each other. They're one and the same, but the distinctions within them for those that are part of it can be quite dramatic. But to an outsider looking in, they're not always readily apparent. And so much can be lost in the nuance of that if you don't have that background. And so if I was to offer some generalised observations that might be germane to your question, it would be that the primary purpose of having our Defence Force is to defend the nation from its threats, to fight and win wars, in simple terms. That primary purpose defines and shapes all other functions and aspects. And so our Defence Force must be fit for that. It's designed for that. So how we select people, how we train people, how we equip people, and how we employ them is built around that central purpose. Other aspects flow from that. And we must always be cautious about making changes or reflecting upon recommendations of changes that complement that purpose. They don't conflict with it. And I'm talking now as a former senior leader. Sometimes big organisations can receive so many recommendations and lessons learnt from so many events and issues. You can get the equivalent of recommendation and lesson fatigue, where you almost have to establish departments and entities just to keep track of all the things you're meant to be compliant with. And then sometimes it can feel as a leader that there's a counterbalance between getting ready for the next war and fighting and winning it versus complying with all the things everyone have told you you have to do. That is a burden of senior leadership. I'm not complaining about it. I'm simply saying that sometimes in big organisations, adding more suggestions and recommendations on top of the thousands that are already there can be a little more complicated than it sometimes appears at first. And it's not a lack of desire to act on such things. It's simply managing the complexity of it without compromising the central purpose of your organisation. And so I would respectfully suggest out of this that one of the arts here is how to identify and recommend improvements for the future that enhance and complement the organisations against which they're targeted, rather than distract or make them feel compromised by those things. Yeah. So an easy plug and play type approach. How do we help them to help themselves?
And I think, General, that really speaks to some of the observations that you make in your statement about the nature of the problem that this Royal Commission is grappling with. And you speak in your statement about how you sort of emphasise how it is a multifaceted, complex issue which doesn't have a singular solution. Could you please expand on those observations for commissioners?
I think I'm quite open up front in my statement that I'm not pretending to be an expert in suicide or veteran or service personnel suicide. I'm simply speaking as a retired military commander. It seems to me that there are many reasons why these problems emerge. They're as diverse and as complex as people are. Initially, there was a time in my deep past where I thought these things were really consequences of exposure to war and battle. And that was the primary focus of my concern. I now realise that it's much, much broader than that. And it's yet another example of what I didn't know. And in hindsight, how much I still have to learn about this topic before I or anyone can talk with any confidence about it or pretend I know anything about it. What am I left with here? I'm left with a clear understanding about what I don't know and how much I need to learn before I start making decisions on how to make it better. And I would respectfully suggest that by extension, so does the nation. And so in the complexity of it, you know in my statement, I choose to focus on operations and war, mainly because I feel that is a theme I can talk with some authority on. And also it is my major experience, but also I think it's an area that perhaps this entity hasn't heard that much about. And what I do know, and excuse me if I'm being a little philosophical here, but war and the battlefield and the things that happen on them are horrible. Terrible things happen. We know that. We've known it since World War I. We're not surprised by it. We've all got relatives that served or at those places, and we know that it changes people when they're exposed to it. Just look at the news at night and we see that other places are exposed to the same thing. So we understand that sending people into war is not a positive experience, even if they're well led and well supported and well equipped. And it affects some people, sometimes in very difficult ways. And we shouldn't be surprised by that. And so if we know that deployments in battlefields, especially against adversaries who are not bounded by the same moral and rules-based approaches that we are, if we put our people into predicaments and situations where their moral fibre is challenged on a continuous basis, or they see terrible things that affect them just because they're good people, then we should be prepared for that, shouldn't we? And how to deal with that when they come out of it. Now, if you serve in the military, we know what happens when we go to war. We understand what happens on the battlefield. But it was my personal comment that I hope is a comment of worth, that I felt personally that all of the effort in my professional military career was front and loaded about how to go to war and how to successfully prosecute or execute it, right? And while we always cared about our people, the bit afterwards about how to deal with the consequences of it and how it affected people, my professional military education and career experience received nothing like the emphasis of the other bits. And so I call that, at least in my personal case, a knowledge and experience gap that I believe needs to be rebalanced so that I'm as effective as a leader in the aftermath of the consequences of the situations our people are placed in, as I am in preparing for and executing combat operations. I see that imbalance as a deficiency that respectfully we should be attempting to redress.
And General, are the observations you've just made really connected to that part of your statement where you talk about the efforts at professional mastery and the need for those within defence to be masters, not just in terms of the art and science of war, but also in terms of managing the harms that military service can create?
Yes. I volunteered to appear today. There's no agenda I've got. I'm just trying to do the right thing. It's a little difficult for me because I'm talking about people that matter, and they still do. And so while I'm offering comments that are critiques, I'm reluctant to criticise them because I know who they are and I know how much we care for each other. Nevertheless, any profession of note that I'm aware of, I'm a layperson here, but if you're a doctor or if you're a lawyer or if you're a military professional, then that professionalism is anchored in qualifications and experience, academic and learning and all those things. And the basis of that gives you the credentials or the authority to act or to fulfil your responsibilities and accountabilities. The military has it, and I prefer the phrase professional mastery in that area. And I'd like to lay claim that when it comes to the military and military operations, I once had, when I served, sufficient mastery to fulfil my responsibilities. And the military is actually really good at doing that. But that doesn't mean that the system's perfect. Just like in law or in medicine, there are developing areas that are unknowns that we are continuously striving to get better at, that mistakes are being made and we're always growing and learning. And you go back to school, you relearn your lessons and you get better and better. Right? And so in the military, in that professional mastery domain, I'm asking the question through my personal prism where I go, I knew an awful lot about everything and I was really good at it. And so were the people with me. But when it came to the bit about the consequences of war and how it affected the mental health of people and how we dealt with that, I have to say that my learning journey on that, especially in my last 3 years of service, where some of the consequences of this were manifesting so prominently within my command and across my people and their families, I realised at that point that this was an area that I did not feel well equipped to understand. I had no lack of resources or authority to do things. As I mentioned in my statement, I was awash with experts and people coming to me and telling me what I should do. There was no shortage of experts or people with good intentions. You name it, they'll flock in. But I'd like to think I'm reasonably intelligent. And I had trouble trying to work out what the right thing to do was. It wasn't a lack of choices. It was how to make the right choice. And why did this matter? It mattered because people's lives were on the line. This wasn't how to run a committee decision. This was people's lives. And I didn't want to experiment with people's lives. And so when you're talking about how do I understand the problem, how do I approve actions or decisions or therapies that work with it, it wasn't the absence of choice or resources or energy. I was awash with that and I appreciated that. It was great. But I thought it was reasonable for me to want to scan around and say, where's the centre of excellence? Who's the expert that can speak authoritatively on this and help guide me on what to do? I'm a leader and I will make a decision and I will stand accountable for that decision. But hell, I need advice from someone who's smart on this topic because I was not. And I couldn't find that person. I found a range of people who deserved respect and had lots of experience in these areas. But I couldn't determine who the pinnacle advisor was, who that centre of excellence was. I couldn't find it. And then it drew me through my professional curiosity, at least at that time, to go, well, where is this place? Is there even a centre of excellence anywhere? Is it a university? Is it an institute? Is it a branch in the Department of Defence? Is it in DVA? I couldn't find it. And I was a special operator. I couldn't find it. I found a lot of people and they were impressive. This nation is not short of incredibly talented people, academic, professional, military, who are amazing. They're amazing. But were they in a position where they could offer me that direction and advice on what to do? I could not find that, and I felt the absence of it was a real limitation to my ability as a commander to try and do the right thing by my people. And I could be wrong, but I believe that such a place still does not exist.
And that, General, really touches on some of the issues that we are exploring in terms of what particularly senior leaders need to enable them to properly address this issue. On the one hand, would you accept that there is a need for data to let you know, for example, where psychosocial risk factors might lie? But on the other hand, as I think you've just touched upon, there is a need for expertise where a commander's particular skill set may not be able to assist them. I'm going to come to your particular recommendations with respect to a centre of excellence. But as part of that, could you expand on the comments that you've made at paragraph 15 of your statement about how this Commission's efforts should be less about searching for answers and more about striving for true understanding, developing matched expertise, and from this implementing more effective changes. What are you talking about there?
Boy, I was bold when I wrote that. I hope the commissioners don't take any offence. Look, the point I was trying to make here, and I learnt this lesson the hard way, when I realised I didn't know enough. Yeah, and that's a really difficult predicament in. You love your people, you would do anything for them, but you don't know what the right thing to do is. That's an uncomfortable place. Right? And without suggesting I'm throwing any rocks anywhere, it seems to me that there simply isn't the knowledge basis there at the moment to comprehend this problem. I, as a layperson monitoring some of the media around the Royal Commission, recall statements about we don't even know the numbers, or didn't at one point know how many people may have committed suicide. We didn't understand the circumstances. So our data basis, our baseline here at the moment wasn't clear. And so profound point number one is you can't go anywhere to a better place if you don't know where you are when you start. Right? And so if we didn't know that crucial data about how many people this affects, how does it affect them, and perhaps why, what is the data or the knowledge basis of the problem? How do we bound it, define it, describe it? All issues that are matters for us to determine as a nation, by the way. If we don't have those things in the first place, how can we leap to recommendations or conclusions on anything with confidence? And so point number one for me is that instead of searching for answers that simply may not be there at the moment, because despite the huge national efforts by a whole range of organisations to try and make this better, no one's fully equipped with all of the expertise and the knowledge just now to do it, or the authority to do it. And it appeared to me that maybe point number one is, let's become knowledge experts in this topic as a nation. Let's understand our problem and our people as completely as we can as a start point before we start leaping to views and conclusions on things. And even though it might sound a little linear, from the knowledge basis, I am hoping the answers should flow, all right? Where things will be observed or understood, or experts will help us to be better at, and from them, recommendations and conclusions or actions on how to be better should fall out of that knowledge basis. Right? Now, in the military on the battlefield, there was a phrase we used once, we call it intelligence-led operations. Turn up in the battlefield, you need to work out what's going on. Who are the bad guys? Where are they? What are they doing? And what do I do about it? Pretty basic. So you get intelligence to work that out, and once you have the intelligence, then you act within your assigned authorities to do something about it for your mission. Well, this isn't a military operation, although there is a heavy theme of the military to it. I'm taking out intelligence-led and putting in knowledge-led, and I'm suggesting as a nation we should be mounting, I'm getting a little grand here, but the equivalent of a Manhattan Project, a knowledge-led operation to become world-class experts in this area, so that the answers that may not be obvious now might become more obvious to future generations. And from it, I point back to commanders, at least in the military sense. For those in uniform, there is no shortage of leaders who care for our people and want to own accountability. They want to own it. They just need to be supported on how to act. Right? They need the resources, they need the knowledge, they need support. Entities like this, efforts like this, to empower leaders to do the right thing and let them go. And those commanders, there'll be no organisation or person more determined to look after our people than the leaders of those people.
And would it be fair to say, General, that the observations you've just made really touch upon the first of the suggestions you offer the Commissioners about the establishment of a national, independent and internationally benchmarked centre of excellence?
Yes. Look, maybe it's the military in me, but when I wrote the paper, I thought I'd better make some suggestions on what I think is a better way to go. Whether they're good or bad suggestions, I don't know. But in this particular theme, here's why I wrote those words. I believe this might be a bad example, but this problem is so complex, there has so many facets to it. Maybe it's akin to trying to cure cancer. That is, it's really out there, it's complicated, there's so many different aspects and components and things to it that it's self-evident that no single department could be the cure cancer department or the cure cancer branch or the Director General of Cure Cancer. It's just not plausible or achievable, is it? I'm suggesting here that the only way to get at this is a national effort, an interdepartmental effort. And to do that with the knowledge we need to seize, then we need to be brave enough to find ways where collaboration is a standard characteristic of our approach. Transparency, so the knowledge gained can be shared around and others can build momentum from it. That departments and groups at the moment that might be defending or protecting or attempting to own such knowledge or such research initiatives should be encouraged with appropriate ways that do not compromise national security to take approaches where we can open this up to all our universities, all our academics and the international partners that come from it. I believe the answers are there. I certainly know the people and the talent are there in this nation. How do we connect to all those things and take advantage of it and find a way to do it? So I'm suggesting through my recommendation that it's not meant to take away from the existing initiatives, by the way. It complements, it sits above. It's about turbocharging. It's about unifying effort and it's about unifying purpose in a research sense so that we become knowledge leaders in this space. We're clearly not just us, but many of our alliance partners are also grappling with the same problems. So let's work together to find better solutions through collaboration, and the best way to do it, in my humble opinion, is some sort of major research initiative, but it has to be open and collaborative and sharing. It must represent academic best practice.
And I'm struck by your observation about the need for it to be open and collaborative. Do you perceive that there are barriers at the moment to that occurring in the particular context of defence?
Yes, I do.
And what are those barriers?
The barriers are understandable. We have here in this space several departments and organisations that are involved, and they each have different purposes and views and approaches. And all of those requirements that those different entities have are valid. I don't challenge them, right? This isn't a complaint. In defence terms, I can talk a little bit with authority, they have very reasonably significant concerns about the protection of the information against threat actors. And so for national security reasons, right, that is a justifiable focus area for defence and what happens with the data about our people and these matters. But that's not a unique problem. And this isn't the first time we've dealt with this. And through leadership and example, I know that we can find ways to do it if we want to. Right? And it's not about rolling over these valid concerns. It's about finding ways to still work together and accommodate those issues. And that requires conversations, but a conversation based on a goodwill to actually want to work together towards a common purpose. Now, what's an example where I might use it to illustrate some of my concerns. There is not an absence of research initiatives at the moment in Australia linked to this topic, either defence or more broadly in mental health. Right? In my civilian capacity, have circulated amongst several universities and met some of the most incredible people and teams out there in various locations across Australia that I just go, wow. Right? And I want to put my arms around them and form them into a super team and get them at this problem. Right? And yet, I look at all these initiatives that are out there and I ask myself, why are we having a Royal Commission if all these things are meant to be doing what they're doing? Why is it that the generalised metrics appear to indicate that despite all this research and all this effort, things aren't getting better, or some might suggest they're getting worse? What's wrong with this picture? And so if I just look at longitudinal studies, and again, I'm not an expert, I understand that in the past there have been multiple longitudinal studies, that is, generational studies of people. You follow them through their lives and you understand what happens to them, and with that knowledge you get a better idea about how we might improve things. My understanding is that we've been doing longitudinal studies from veterans from Korea forward, and that those longitudinal studies actually delivered results and reports. They involved detailed conversations and inquiries with over 40,000 veterans. And I go, well, where is the distilled wisdom from all that prior research? All right? And I hear and I applaud that there are plans for future longitudinal studies to be conducted. All right? And I guess that's a good thing too, but it's only a good thing if the longitudinal studies and the information is being brought together, shared, understood, and it's informing decisions on how to do it. So my comment at the moment is that it's not an absence of studies and research that we have a problem with. It's actually using that information coherently in the right way to inform our decisions. We don't need to wait another decade for the latest longitudinal study to tell us what we're going to learn about our people. Let's start looking at what we've done already, all those different studies in those different universities commissioned by those different departments at different times that are sitting in shelves somewhere that no one's heard about. Let's bring them all together. Let's get someone smart to look at it in aggregation. And as a starting point, as a foundational position before we launch into further new studies, let's at least comprehend what the veterans of the past have told us and what the families of the past have told us. Let's not relearn what we've done before. I've been on too many combat operations with the same people to not want to go through this again, or to subject our people to lessons relearnt and relearnt and relearnt.
And General, it strikes me that those comments really resonate with sort of another part of your statement that speaks about oversight and accountability and the need for that. And you do proffer some suggestions related to that in your statement. Could you expand on those for commissioners, please?
I was in a conversation once with a senior leader on a battlefield, and we were reflecting upon how do you make coalitions work? A bunch of different nations and different defence forces. It's all very complex. How do you get them to work together effectively to do the right thing? It's hard work. And his distilled reflection to me is that when commanders have a shared will to do something and to work together, their organisations find ways to follow and to deal with those things. Where leaders don't display that will, organisations don't. I make that point because I am a believer in the potency of effective inspirational leadership to motivate otherwise diverse, dispersed organisations and entities to want to work together for a common purpose. Rein me in if I'm philosophising too much here. You know, I'm a bad historian, but in World War II, for the D-Day landings, you had millions of Allied troops in multiple theatres and points, all working together towards a common cause. And my understanding of history is that the ultimate commanding general was a gentleman by the name of Eisenhower, and 2 words bound the force to a common purpose and objective. Just 2 words. Take Berlin. So no matter where you were, in Italy or Southern Europe or Northern France or doing something behind the lines, when you woke up in the morning, no matter the weather or the situation or the complexity, right, you knew in what direction to turn and you understood the moral value of those 2 words and why you were there and the sacrifice it was worth. Empowering leaders and a national narrative to motivate our dispersed, disaggregated and complex group of stakeholders towards a common direction so we can build momentum. Could I respectfully suggest that the power and the potency of the right words and inspirational, motivational leadership to help people to move in that direction is often undervalued. And while new policies and new processes and new legislation and new regulation all have their place, I don't think any of them replace just simply motivating people with clear purpose and an inspiration to want to do something and the know that you're part of something bigger and better whose purpose will deliver results.
And do you have a view about how this Royal Commission could assist Defence in coming together and demonstrating that common purpose and objective to address this problem?
I do in general terms. I draw my opinions from my past experience in complex coalitions, interagency environments, and in some cases very difficult cultural change management scenarios. I think that, look, it seems to me that this whole commission and everything behind it is built on a foundation of sadness, right? Of sad stories, of terrible things, of traumatic events, and if you just keep looking deeper and deeper, it's all there. I've got some inside of me, right? It's all there. And it happened. It's real, right, for the individuals and for their families. We as a nation don't want any more of that than we need to. So this commission exists because that pile of sadness is almost like become a wellspring that it's continuing to give and give. And I'm hoping that this commission and what flows from it might inspire the government and the senior leaders of this nation to want to consider recommendations and changes that at least stop us repeating the lessons of the past and the aggregated sadness that flows from this. How do we make that better? Now, up at that level, I'm trying to be grand strategic here. There is a value in critique, pointing out what's wrong, identifying it, perhaps making people occasionally feel uncomfortable if their accountabilities may not have been as perfectly interpreted as not. But once you're through that phase, at the end of the day, you've got to do something about it. And look, maybe I'm sounding idealistic here, but I never had a problem with soldiers confronting them with the difficult mission, where the reasonable prospect was, yeah, if this goes wrong, we might all die. if those people believed that the purpose of the mission was worth it and that the people they were conducting the mission with were trusted. Right? If those two things were in place, they were prepared to believe and go forward and do it, even though the outcome was uncertain. So as a nation, while we need to necessarily look at all the difficult aspects about why we're here in the first place, and a lot of those stories are sad, they're disappointing, they might make some people angry, there's lessons learnt that perhaps shouldn't have been learnt. Did I make mistakes as a leader? And in hindsight, do I regret them? Yes. 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 But how do we move forward? How do we move forward and bring people with us? Now, the narrative behind that is at the national level is how do we use a language that binds people into a team of teams? We don't want to tell each of the teams how to do their business, to metaphorically feel that we're looking under their skirts and we're going to tell them exactly what to do and how to do it in the future. I think there is a value proposition of being respectful of those organisations and the people in them. But strategically, wouldn't it be good for this commission to identify national level initiatives that are built on a positive narrative about encouraging, incentivising, motivating and equipping those organisations to move towards a better place? If we turn the lights off in this room and someone turns on a flashlight, how do we be the equivalent of encouraging us all to move towards the light in the knowledge that that is a better place? And how are the recommendations framed in a way that inherently they encourage? So when I make a recommendation about a national oversight entity, a thing, what I mean by that is not some sort of thought police by an entity that tries to seize control and dominate everyone and tell them what to do, which I know is often an undeclared fear that arrives at people's mind. Rather, what I'm saying is that the knowledge and the understanding around this problem doesn't sit in any single department or entity. It doesn't. I've heard some of the testimony, not all of it. No one's laid claim to owning everything and having all the answers. No one has. So let's just accept that as a fact. And then if that means that this is an interdepartmental, it's a national, integrated, complex effort with all sorts of different organisations and things, then what sits above that and helps set that unity of purpose and direction? What helps prioritise when national priorities are required? So if this is a transnational or an interdepartmental effort, what are the things that sit across them and connect us, and how do you define them, and what is the entity? And that entity that I refer to, first of all, I think should, on an annual basis, publish the facts so that everyone has a clear understanding about how we're going. Now, I don't know what those metrics would be, but one of them might be how many incidents of death by suicide is occurring. Might be a reasonable fact to record. Where do they occur? How many ideation incidents occurred if we know about them? Let's pick our facts, let's report them as a national report card. Let's not feel threatened by that information. Let's be honest about it. I mean, every year the Treasurer has to announce the budget, and some years it's really good news, and in some years it's not so good. But the facts and the data still are published nationally, and it helps an entire portfolio, an ecosystem of people to act on it. What is that for us?
And can I just stop you there, General? And I think you're talking here about the second of your suggestions, which is establishing an independent mechanism. You've spoken there about the need to monitor and measure. But beyond that, do you have a view about what the scope of the charter of such an organisation as this ought to be in terms of assisting the implementation of strategies to effect positive change, to address those issues?
No, my thoughts are not deeply thought through at this stage, but what I do know is that in any multi-agency or interdepartmental or national or complex effort, it needs to be led. It needs to be guided. There needs to be some sort of policy or position or goal that is articulated that helps all the others to move in the right direction. Now, in simple terms, in the military, when it came to accountability and responsibility, as a commander at least, there was never, ever any doubt in my mind, ever, not even now that I'm retired, that for the organisation I commanded, I was accountable for everything that my organisation did or failed to do. Now, that doesn't mean I was responsible for everything that happened, but I, as the leader, I was the first person that people came to, right?
Can I just stop you there? What do you see as being the difference between accountability and responsibility?
Okay, I know those words have been used frequently, as has been the word leadership and command. In my mind, without being able to Google search the definition, responsibilities are stated things that you have power over to act upon. They're given to you. They might be a duty statement, or if a parent, it just might simply be a societal responsibility to look after your children. A responsibility is a stated thing that it's an output that is on you to oversee. And accountability is what happens in terms of whether or not you have or have not done those things effectively. You can't have one without the other. If you've got leaders who are striving for responsibilities but are avoiding accountabilities for those things when they don't go well, guess what? A corruption of leadership emerges. Right? So if you're going to be responsible for something, you must be also accountable for it in achieving it. But if you turn that accountability into a punitive word and people become scared of being accountable because they link punishment or career death with it, then it toxifies the command relationship. In this topic, and I know within Special Forces this is the case, we make a virtue of learning from our mistakes and being honest about them and becoming better from them, where our accountabilities were something to step up and be proud of. It's one of the reasons I'm here today. I was a leader once, I was responsible, and I own the accountability from that. I still own it from that time. And proud's not the right word, but I don't shy from that. How can I be a responsible leader and not be accountable for such things? So I link this, by the way, to a comment, and that is, if you're going to put someone or something in charge of something and make them responsible for it, then you've also got to empower them to be accountable for it. Right? And if you have leaders that are responsible and accountable, then things happen. If you have entities where responsibilities and accountabilities are vague or subjective, then guess what? The outcomes become the same. I do notice yesterday some of the questioning was about how to get distillation of what that actually meant. So in this case here, within the military, by the way, when you are a commander, there is no ambiguity on responsibility and accountability, none at all. And so I wonder at a national level, if we're going to pass the baton of responsibility on how do we work together as a national team of teams to do better in this space, noting that there is a significant number of very diverse organisations and departments who all have really important work to do and need to be respected in the undertaking that work, then what do you invest in terms of responsibility and accountability in a person and identity that sits above them that is able to exercise those things effectively, but in a way that is ultimately seen as positive for everyone involved?
And I appreciated you've caveated your views about this independent mechanism, but would it be fair to say, given the evidence you've just given, you see that mechanism as having some role in setting strategic objectives for which these diverse departments and individuals might ultimately have both responsibility and accountability? Would that be a fair assessment?
No.
Okay.
And the reason why I say no is, it sounds very decisive, doesn't it? The reason why I say no is because I just don't think as a nation we're there yet. I think with investment in knowledge and research and experience, we might get to a point where we can articulate some things with confidence. But at the starting point, let's start with a premise of we might need to make some recommendations or decisions knowing we don't know everything yet, and that we might have to build this and improve it as we go, get the words better, get the authorities right. If we knew exactly what to say now in the hypothetical creation of such an entity, I would be surprised at where those words would come from just now, given the fact that I don't think we know enough. What I would say is that we all understand that at the end of the day, at least I think I understand, the Commission will make recommendations at some future point. Those recommendations will be considered at the highest level, and it's those people vested with that decision-making authority, which my understanding is the Governor-General and the government of the day, and they will determine what is in the national interest in terms of accepting and interpreting and implying the recommendations that are put before them. It is those people that I think need to be helped to understand what is the best way to approach such a thing. And I am hopeful, so certainly I'm aware of who is following me in this testimony, that those individuals will be open-minded to a narrative that you can't coordinate a national effort with such a dispersed and diverse group of stakeholders without some sort of overarching guiding principle. And some of the key characteristics of that is it needs to have a clear purpose that resonates across the different organisations the same way. The definition of the problem that has to be addressed by that entity has to be equally clear, no matter what language or culture or state, institute or department you come from. It's got to mean and say the same thing. It has to have sufficient authority to bring people to the table so that the collaborations and the partnerships are willing. They're not forced. Yes, it should be resourced sufficiently for those areas where the resources aren't otherwise already dedicated. And especially, I think it should be empowered and take the lead on those national initiatives that otherwise are not already responsibilities and accountabilities within other existing entities. And the principal one I would like to see there, this is stream of consciousness, is what I'm calling this Manhattan Project for mental health of our veterans. Right? I think that's something we can do as a nation, and I think that's something that can sit above. I think there's a merit to that logic that we can get behind and what goes from it. It can flow, the goodness can flow from that into everyone, and it can power it, but also in productivity and other terms. It's an area that I know this nation can be a world leader on. I know there's lots of entities out there that can participate in that, and there's a goodness proposition for the government of the day and what that says about, those opening statements I think you made on Monday when you quoted me about, why do we exist and what obligation do we have as a nation to our soldiers and service personnel, right? What is that contract we have them and how do we fulfil that, right? And if it's not being fulfilled purposely and effectively enough, which I suggest at present, the evidence in this commission supports that, then how do we modify that contract so the nation is supporting its service personnel and veterans adequately for the harm and the risk that we require of them and they voluntarily expose themselves to as part of the service to this nation?
And I think to the extent to which you haven't addressed this as part of your previous answers, how do you think we modify that covenant?
For those who are not following this, in part of my open statement, I have a paragraph where I talk about two covenants. One is between society and the service personnel that serve the nation for defence, and the second covenant is an undeclared one between the leaders and our service personnel. And that covenant is that we look out for each other, that we are accountable, and that we always look after the fallen and the injured and their families. And it's that second covenant that has called me here today. But to the first one, that is with society, that covenant is manifest by the establishment of the Department of Veterans Affairs, by a dedicated minister that oversees that and these matters, and the national resources that are significant and are directed towards looking after our people on an annual basis. Those are good things. As a nation, there are a few others in the world that have committed so consistently and so fulsomely to looking after our people in recognition of what the harm happens as a result of service life. But the implied question from that is, if it's not a matter of resources or it's not a matter of having dedicated departments and entities, then what's missing from this? What aren't we doing well enough, and how do we modify the covenant to include those additional things? What insight from this commission might emerge from it that might shape the reformation of the covenant? I believe, without being too simplistic, that I just come back to the basics here, and that is a significant investment in growing our knowledge, our education, and our experience to better inform and support future generations in the choices we make. Every choice I made as a commander never ever had the intention of harming our people. And the same holds true for every leader. It does. But whether or not I was as informed and educated and prepared and experienced as I could have been to make the best choices at the time, well, now in hindsight, and listening to some of the testimony that has come before this commission, I'm drawn to personally conclude that there's room for improvement there. We've always been trying to do the right thing. We've always tried our best. But it is fair to say, is our best good enough, and can we do better? And rhetorically, I think the answer should be yes. And in doing that, I think the covenant should first of all invest in that knowledge journey, and from it, wait and see what flows from it. And I think it's appropriate, at least for me, to be reserved in being any more fulsome in this until my recommendations are informed by that knowledge and expertise.
Can I shift topics then, General? You separated from the military in around 2017. This commission has heard a considerable body of evidence about veterans having poor experiences as part of their separation and transition. Are there any insights you could give the commissioners about those matters?
I can only talk personally. I don't offer these stories out of any search for empathy or the like. They're meant to illustrate a point, and that is, if a general can feel these things and go through these things, then what about the poor people that are right down the bottom of the rank structure that aren't as empowered as I am? It was my personal experience back in 2017 that the transition from service to becoming a civilian was a difficult one, very difficult. Now, there's no shock in that, by the way. The bonds that form when you serve are incredible. I don't think I have the words to articulate them, but they're strong. And when it's time to leave, then yes, it's a time to applaud the service of the individual and what they've done, but there's also a theme of sadness, that you're leaving a family, an entity that you love, something you may have served on operations for and formed incredible bonds with people. And the leaving, the sadness that comes with it, is a little emotional. I don't think that can be taken away or wished away. There is no process, I think, that can stop that. In fact, I would offer it's a positive comment back on service in the military that so many people are so sad when they leave. Right? I think there's a lot of bosses in workplaces that wished their employees felt that way. So a lot of us feel really sad when it's time to go because we love serving and mainly we love the people we served with. Right? And so when I left as a general, you're sucking it up and you're working through that. And I went through an interesting experience with the assistance of the Department of Veterans Affairs. I professionally wanted to do something after I left to try and help the veterans to ease this way. And I reached out to the then, I think, Secretary-designate of the department, and I sought her support and assistance on how can I play a role to help in this. And she was very accommodating and supportive in allowing me the opportunity. And part of that was, Jeff, why don't you go through the process that we go through that every veteran does when they come to DVA in terms of checking you out, working you out, and if you've got some sort of entitlement or thing, what we go through that. He said, we're really proud of our process. I'd like you to go through it. You'll learn some really positive things from it, and that'll be a good starting point before we get you going. And I thought that was okay. Right? Now, I don't offer these stories as anything other than very narrow vignettes that only affected me, okay? This is not a criticism of a department or the people in it at all. Right? But I learnt some things about this. You know, before I left the military, they put me through a comprehensive medical discharge process. You see doctors and psychs and dentists, and it's good, it's thorough. And I felt well served by Defence when I went through that process. But then I found it bizarre that only a couple of months later, I was going to, in many cases, exactly the same specialist that Defence had sent me to assess my same conditions that Defence had already paid someone to assess, but only for the purpose of the DVA claim and assessment requirement. And then my first comment was, in my head anyway, was, gee, this feels really duplicative. And aren't the doctors in Defence as qualified as the doctors that DVA are using? Don't they all go to the same sort of school? Maybe I'm wrong. Right? And I wondered, simplistically, if Defence was able to moderately modify its discharge, health and medical processes with the leadership knowledge of the full record of service of the individuals that were coming out in a way that maybe a lot of the hoops that veterans are being asked to jump through when they left the service wouldn't be quite so onerous. So anyway, I go to my first appointment. This is a private story, so can I ask everyone to keep it private? It's a joke. So I go to my first appointment, and it's an orthopaedic one. And I turn up at the address with a bit of paper from DVA saying, turn up here for your assessment. And I'm at this private house and I'm thinking I've made a mistake. I was expecting to go to a medical centre or something. So I ring up DVA and I think a mistake's been made. Right? They said, no, that's the address. So I knock on the door, right? And I could see through it was glass. Right? And then an elderly person comes down the walkway on a walking frame. Right? And the hallway is about 10 metres long, so it took about 5 minutes to get to the door. And out the door, I go, sorry, sir, I apologise. I'm at the wrong address. And I try to walk away. And he goes, no, come in. You're at the right address. And I go, so I follow him behind his walking frame onto the kitchen table, and he's got a questionnaire there, and we start to go through the questions from DVA about an assessment of my condition. Right? And I'm thinking, as a new civilian, okay, is this normal or not normal? I don't know. I know how the military works, and I'm thinking, Jeff, you need to suck up. You're a civilian now. Forget about all that, who you used to be. This is just apparently how it's done on the outside. So I had no context of what was right on. So I'm sitting on the kitchen table getting this assessment, and he says, okay, now it's time to do the physical assessment. I don't want to get creepy here, but he sends me down the hall into his private bedroom with, well, just like everyone has, right? And I was required to have my examination there on their bed without my clothes on, and I reached a point, here I am, Special Operations General with combat experience, used to doing all sorts of incredible things across the world, with my awards and my medals and my stuff, and here I am laying naked on someone's private bed in a private house, getting assessed for an orthopaedic issue, right, that Defence had already done several months before. And I felt rubbish. And I walked out the front of the house and I thought, this is my first step on this journey. I don't like it, and I'm not interested in taking any of the further steps. And then I pulled myself up and I went, hey mate, you're a general. How many other service personnel have come to this address and gone through this experience but didn't feel empowered to talk up and say something about it, right? And so I did, and I rang the Secretary of Defence, of DVA, and we started to fix these things. Now, we all have stories when we separate. Most of them are positive. People gather around and support and all that. But let me tell you, at least from my experience back there, if someone like me is being exposed and that is the process and those things happen, I would tell you that if I had a significant mental health issue at that point and I was dealing with the difficulty of separating and all of that, I would tell you I would not be surprised if an event like that would have been sufficiently triggering to really cause significant problems. Now, here's my point on this. My point is that when it comes to mental health and people, it's almost impossible to understand what's going on inside someone's head. Right? And so we shouldn't be experimenting with this. And the system sometimes unwittingly triggers or creates risk factors that they don't know about and aren't there. And so I ask myself, we need to be setting up systems or approaches that don't simply follow the bouncing ball in terms of what someone has declared they have or whatever. We need to look at them as humans first, and our starting proposition should be how they feel and what they're thinking when they leave, and then we work it from there down. I think we have a system that technically, in box-ticking terms, is doing all the right things, but matching it to humans and experiences and how they feel, I think is very imperfect at this point. And I believe it remains imperfect, even though I understand it's improved since my time in 2017.
And General, I think that sort of neatly links to my next question, which is connected to the work you're involved in with respect to the Special Operation Forces pilot that was conducted some years ago by the Department of Veteran Affairs. Do you have any views about how, well, first of all, can you explain or briefly recapture for the Commissioners, we have heard some evidence about it, but how Defence and DVA should approach matters based on exposure?
Okay, there's a couple of themes to this. Let me do my best to articulate them without monologuing. At that particular time, I was most focused on the people I commanded, which was Special Operations Command. We had recently concluded 12 years of intense combat operations. The full story of what those people did and what was asked of them will never be told fully. But it was a lot. And those incredible people and all that we put them through and that they were exposed to, I could see that it affected quite a few of them. Very understandably so. Some might offer it affected me too. And so those individuals were a little special. I'm not playing favourites here. I'm simply talking about the group I commanded at the time. But through extension, please, everyone in the Defence Force, if you're listening to me, the same themes and feelings hold true to each of you. My people had protected identities, they had highly classified access, they did special missions and training, and what they did on their record was, by any measure historically, incredible. And yet, to ask someone else or some other entity to try and understand what that meant and what they'd asked of them and what it might have done, without it being represented by their commander and leader, it was, in my opinion, a proposition that was too far. It was unfair to expect someone from DVA or a treating health professional without that background to grasp that. We might argue that we want them to get it, but I sort of feel it's almost impossible to do it. And so I felt at the time, given that I was then the senior advisor to the Chief of the Defence Force and the Chief of the Army on matters of special operations, that I had a pretty good idea about what happened to my people in war and what we asked of them, that doesn't it make more sense that I and the system that command and led them, that was responsible and accountable for them, should have a principal role in helping guide the handover package for the entities and the departments that subsequently would take responsibility to look after them? And in my mind, at least, the answer was yes. And so I asked myself two things. First of all, what is the problem I'm trying to fix? And how might I fix it in a way that works? I articulate that in my submissions. I invite others to read it. And what is the problem is my first comment. I have formed a view that when it comes to mental health and the moral and other injuries that might come with military service, that it's probably more appropriate to apply what I call an exposure methodology than a declaratory one. In other words, we don't ask an individual to put their hand up and say, I'm not feeling good, can someone help me? And the reason why that didn't work, and perhaps still does not work, is because a lot of our service personnel, including myself, right, are reluctant to disclose any perceived weaknesses, right? Because it might trigger justified interventions to treat those problems, but at the same time, make me not deployable. Right? And there is such a strong sense in the military to want to be part of the team, to be deployable, and to hold back or not fully disclose what is going on. And I believe that we know enough about our people and what they go through that a system that works principally on how many traumatic, combat or difficult events are they exposed to, and to pick some sort of threshold where we say no individual decision required. On that basis, you are judged to require or need or to be provided assistance and support. Now, we do that for head injuries. Footy teams do it too for concussion. And so in the military, you wear a sensor, or some combat troops too, and if you're exposed to a certain number of concussion or events that could cause those problems, then you don't get a vote. The sensor, through exposure, tells you, and the chain of command and the health professionals behind it take you offline and you do something about it. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's simply about getting fit again and then returning to service. There's no stigma, right? And it's exposure-based logic. Well, at the moment, or at least back in 2017, when I felt I had some idea about how things worked, I saw that principally the system was based on the individual requiring to disclose the need for help. There was no absence of help. There were so many doctors and treating psychs and support ready to go, but how can they help if they don't know about it, if they're not told about it? And was there something systemic by the design of our system that was disincentivising or inhibiting or making it difficult for our individuals to declare or ask for help? And when they go to DVA, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, I do believe that DVA do not represent all veterans. They only represent the veterans that come forward and become clients. And that is not the majority of veterans. In other words, in order for DVA to do something for you, you need to put your hand up and apply. You do it through an advocate or a doctor, or you do it yourself, but you're required to actually turn up and either, electronically or physically knock on the door and say, "Can I have some help, please?" And you go through the process. That's a declaratory approach. I think that has too many gaps in it. I think the approach should be exposure-based. I believe that the best entity to do that is defence. I'll be causing disturbance here, right? Because we know our people and we know their service and we know that we're exposed to. And determining that exposure level should be one of the functions we do as part of their pre-discharge health and medical assessment program. And it should be designed to assist DVA to help our people better, right?
And can I just shift topics slightly to the mental health services that are available to assist both former and serving members? We've heard evidence from you and from others about the unique nature of service in the military. Do you have any views about how mental health professionals can be assisted to achieve competencies, not just in mental health, but understanding how mental health applies in a military context?
Okay. Again, I'm leaning forward on a topic that I'll be the first to admit that if my knowledge and awareness of the facts and the truth is wrong, then I stand corrected. When it comes to mental health and our service personnel, our people needing help, it's not that there aren't systems in place to provide that help or people with professional qualifications that can be reached out to and are provided. In the military, like on the outside, you go to the equivalent of a GP, you discuss in confidence with the GP what the problem is, the GV gives you a referral, and hopefully you go to the right specialist for your problem. Pretty basic. Right? However, this is where I'm going out on thin ice here, and I'll talk about, I use the phrase psychs, okay? Psychologists, psychiatrists, work with me here. In that part of the profession, which are primarily the experts in issues of mental health and what to do with it, right? I asked myself, what are the formal qualifications or modules or things that they do that equip them with the specific knowledge and experience that veterans and service personnel require? Not the generalised profession experience. I do not question that. I'm talking about the expert specialised experience. So if I go to Psych A and they're a highly qualified psych with no defence experience, have no idea what happens in combat or all the factors that go with it, or I have a Psych B that has done a course at university or some other qualification and all that sort of thing that has provided some of those insights, I'll always want to choose option B, because that individual is equipped with the specialist knowledge to help me with the specialised aspects. Now, when you talk about service personnel and veterans, one of the problems is just having a conversation where you both understand each other. So if you're talking about battlefield scenarios or combat situations or killing people or seeing death or stuff like that, and the other person that is there to help you has zero lived experience about that, about your organisation, about the mission, about all the factors that go into that, well, boy, that's a tough ask on that health professional to get going, isn't it? And I think it's an unfair one. So, as is my style, let me lean forward here. We have some wonderful universities and teaching institutes out there that take our health professionals and they qualify them each year to do their job. Right? And when they come out of those places, they're the best in the world. Fantastic. Right? Where are the specific training and modules for those health professionals related to this area? This is not a boutique space, by the way, everyone. This is not some marginal group of numbers of people that aren't worth focusing on. Look at the DVA numbers that they're handling. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people. We're talking about an annual budget that the nation fulfills that, correct me if I'm wrong, is somewhere between $13 to $15 billion in 2024 numbers. The money's there. The clients are there. The need is there. So are our health professionals that are meant to be treating these people and helping them as well supported and qualified and educated as they should be and could be, given all the experience they have? Now, where they get trained in those universities and places they get qualified, where are the modules where they specialise? So if you're a doctor and you want to specialise in infants, then you can specialise, can't you? Or if you want to specialise in nose, ear and throat, you can do some specialist training. Well, where are the courses and the modules for this part of it? Now, there's a need. There's a huge need. And I do not think I'm wrong in saying there's almost a complete absence of a professional specialised education and training for our health professionals to help them to help our people better. And I do wonder, isn't that an obvious stated thing that we could do just to help them be better for ourselves? And isn't that something that the nation should be helping those teaching facilities to help us with? My view is that if we reached out our hand to them and asked for help, the answer would be yes. I'm just gobsmacked that apparently it isn't happening, or if it is, it's not happening much.
Finally, General, I want to ask you some questions about the concept of restorative justice. As I understand it, you have some views about how restorative justice might be beneficial in the context of the types of issues that are being considered by this Royal Commission. Could you expand upon your views about that for Commissioners?
Several years ago, and as a senior leader in defence, I and my colleagues were confronted by a difficult circumstance that at the time was holistically being pursued under the title of DLA Piper, and that was all sorts of historic allegations about misconduct inside defence, terrible things that had happened since I think as early as 1950, that hadn't been reported or acted on appropriately by defence. Right? And the process of dealing with that and moving on that was part of this. And a component of it, as I remember it, was restorative justice. And that was, how do people who were most affected by these things get to tell their story in front of a senior leader who is responsible to share that story and the emotion that comes with it, and from it walk away better people, have a sense that you've been listened to and heard, perhaps the word sorry is said, and it doesn't fix things, but it helps people on the journey forward. Now, look, I'm just imagining here, we're talking about the people that have died through suicide, but also all the linked events that are linked to it, the downsides to service and the like. And I wonder historically how many families, friends and relatives have been affected by those stories, deeply affected, and are still affected by them, that are feeling that pain. And isn't that an extension of the mental health problem and the risk and the consequences that are flowing from what we're talking about here today? In other words, they're not forgotten people. when we're in defence, they're part of the family. And they don't deserve to be forgotten. I'm not saying they are forgotten, but I just had this idea, given all the sad stories that I know the Commission heard early on, which I think are just some of them, is there goodness in considering some sort of restorative justice event, informed a little bit like what we saw under DLA Piper, where those that were most affected get an opportunity not just to talk to a Royal Commission, but to talk to a serving senior leader in defence and to tell their stories and help in the understanding process and to ease the way forward.
Thank you, General. Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, General, for your appearance today. You spoke about the need to have a shared will to address the issue of suicide, and I agree with you. I guess one of the issues about having a shared will is, in a sense, accepting ownership of the problem. My question to you is, do you think that the ADF has historically owned the issue of suicide?
Not in the way that you're suggesting. I believe I'm open about this in my open testimony, which others can read. And what I attempt to articulate is it's not a lack of caring or a desire to help or do things. It's the complexity of the department, the business and the model that sometimes when there are 20 priority ones in a day, not all of them get done as well or as perfectly as in hindsight we might wish. In my experience in the Defence Force and in the Department of Defence as well, have we always been alert to the fact that we're not perfect and we make mistakes and we need to prove? I don't think that's ever been in question. What is often in question is what is the right thing to do. An individual manifestation was my own comments earlier in terms of I was a commander and had all the authorities and accountabilities and resources. I just wasn't quite sure what choices to make, and in hindsight some might judge that I made poor choices, that I wished had have been better had I known more or perhaps access to different knowledge sets. Having been involved in several very difficult cultural and organisational change journeys, have walked away with some distilled, let's say, lessons from it that I share with you now, good or bad. Point one is that you can't get an organisation leaning and rowing in the right direction unless they have a shared understanding of what the problem is, what the imperative is. So point one is if you tell an organisation they're not doing something properly or good enough, the normal instinct is to be defensive or to challenge that if you don't believe it to be true, if it's not backed by evidence. Fair cop. So you go, okay, by defining the problem in a way that is unambiguous and factually supported, allows the entity to, first of all, acknowledge, I accept that there is a problem. In the past, too many well-intended initiatives to change organisations or to get them to move towards change hasn't been anchored on that common effect at the beginning. Do we all agree that we have a problem and the problem looks like this? That is the essential criteria for moving on to the next step, which is, what do we do about it? So everyone's got to see the problem the right way and agree that the problem is of sufficient gravitas, priority, urgency to warrant the priority that you're seeking when you make the recommendation. So defining the problem and achieving that so that the individuals or the entities that you're attempting to convince, they could be the minister, they could be the government, they could be a department head, or they could be just a soldier. All right? What is the problem we're trying to fix here, and can we get common agreement that the problem is worth fixing? In a world and in a department that I'll tell you on any given way, there's 1,000 problems that pop up. And I'm not being dismissive of this, but I am saying that the definition of that is important. In terms of resolving those problems and acting on them, then the next key thing on the recommendations to convince an organisation is that can they agree on what I would call the vision or the goal? That is, we're about to move from the problem you've told me about to a different place. That place is better, it's worth going to, and we're all going to move now on a journey from where we are now to where that better place is. And here's what it looks like in words so we know when we get there. And all we need to do now is work out what does it take to go on that journey. Now, Commissioner, sorry if I'm fond of sometimes telling stories to illustrate a point. Do I have your patience?
If you can be brief, because
Okay.
I have several other questions to ask.
On a combat zone with 250,000 troops in a complex scenario, how do you coordinate all those things on a given day and all the problems? The Commanding General once articulated to me, and the metaphor has limitations. He said, Jeff, it's trying to move a huge herd of cattle from where they are to where they need to be and on the journey. And as a leader, you need to be at sufficient elevation, like strategically, to make sure that the herd on a given day is moving in the right direction, at the right speed and the right rate towards the goal. If you go down into too much detail, you'll see chaos. There'll be cows going everywhere, there'll be cowboys, there'll be all sorts of things going on, and you can get lost in the chaos. You can lose your strategic judgment and fidelity. And so his comment was, at one level, especially at the national will level, and at the grand strategic level, which is where CDFs and department heads and ministers live, is that you've got to be able to do both. You've got to understand about what you're trying to do, that the goal you're working to is worthy, and that the general characteristics of how you're doing it are consistent across the entire entity, but at the same time, understanding that there's complexity and detail, but not allow it to distort your strategic judgment.
So, I'm not entirely clear whether the answer to my question was the ADF didn't accept it had a problem, but is now moving towards that direction, or
Jeff Sangelman says, because I'm not the Chief of the Defence Force,
I appreciate that.
I'm retired. So as a personal opinion, my view is that the problem is bigger than the Defence Force, and it's not that the Defence Force doesn't worry about the problem and see it as urgent. It does, or it did when I was there. The issue is that this is beyond a single department. This is much bigger than that. So the department is doing all that I believe it feels it can do and should do. Whether that's adequate or not is not a matter for me to answer. However, there are so many components to this that lay beyond the Department of Defence and the Australian Defence Force. And I see them as interconnected. And therefore, it's why I come back to it being a national issue where perhaps some sort of independent or separate or overarching entity has some value in your reflections, Commissioner.
Yes, and I think we would probably be on the same similar page there in terms of agreeing about the complexity and the broad landscape and the need for national coordinated effort. You spoke during your testimony about the impact of operational service and war and what that impact it can have on people. And I guess by implication, there's a link there to potential suicide. Do you, and again, just asking your personal opinion here, but do you accept that suicide may well arise in service members who have not had operational or war experience?
Oh, absolutely. I don't offer that as an expert. I've just simply in my general reading and what the Commission is discovering that I make it in my open statement. It seems self-evident, if not factually articulated, that of the numbers being quoted of deaths by suicide by service personnel and veterans, a significant percentage of those do not appear to have strong or even any links to combat or operational factors. That's limited my knowledge, by the way, but that causes me to be very reserved about this issue when I say clearly it has aspects of complexity that go well beyond war and operational service.
Which takes me to my next question, which is you talked about the need to build knowledge and have a better understanding. And you said you talked about you couldn't find that centre of excellence whilst you were in defence. Can I ask, did you take any steps towards trying to establish a centre of excellence or whatever while you were there? And I'm not asking this to be critical, I'm just wanting to understand whether the issues were explored at the time.
So the event that triggered that storyline occurred in my last year of service. It involves a story that I do not think is appropriate to discuss here in open testimony, but it involved a serving person who was a friend of mine who died by suicide. And in talking to that individual's partner and understanding what was going on, I was confronted by the dissonance between what I thought I knew as a leader and was doing, and my self-confidence that I was doing all the right things, and the reality that I was being told across the kitchen table by this person's partner. And they were stark. And all I knew at that point was how much I didn't know and how much I needed to learn and understand for it to be better. I didn't leap to a conclusion that I needed a centre of excellence. And when I use that phrase, by the way, everyone, I don't mean an edifice or a single thing run by power. It could be a coalition of entities or whatever. I have no strong views on that. But I realised at that point that my knowledge deficiency wasn't unique to me. And that the gap was more broadly manifested, not just in defence, but out there. And this is an area we needed to improve upon, significantly improve upon. And while it might sound simplistic, or I use this centre of excellence phrase, but let me extend my comments further. And again, no criticism implied. If the department whose sole purpose and existence in this nation is to support our veterans, including their mental health needs, there is no other employment category with a whole department dedicated to it, or a budget line. Right? The existence of DVA is based principally, at least in its foundational arrangements, that they would have a uniqueness of knowledge about our veterans and their experiences so a dedicated department could represent them appropriately. Now, hopefully things have changed since 2017, but my first question wasn't to ask whether there was a centre of excellence in defence. I knew defence. I knew that it was structured differently for different purposes. I didn't go looking in defence for that because I understood already what was in that department. I naturally went looking to DVA because I thought that was meant to be the centre of excellence for our veterans and these issues in this nation. I thought that was a reasonable conclusion to have at that time. And so it seemed to me that if the purpose of a department is to look after our veterans and their needs, then what was the professional mastery and educative basis to execute those functions? And if there is to be a centre of excellence anywhere that informs the nation's regulations and policies and processes that help our service personnel and our veterans, maybe it should be there. Maybe some of the funding line should go in a place like that, and maybe that's a place where everyone could go to learn more about this and get better. Now, I'm a little surprised strategically that such a construct doesn't already exist, that it isn't already informing a lot of these issues, that it wasn't the first point of call for this commission to get all the data and information you needed to kickstart you and get going, unless you found something I haven't, and that I find it remarkable that this nation doesn't have such a place, given how much we spend each year to support our veterans and their families, and that we've been doing it for over a century. Right? And I reckon we need one if we don't have one, and I reckon it's a good idea to find a way to do it.
General, can I just ask you then, in terms of the Centre of Excellence and continuing to build the knowledge base and understanding about the issue of suicide, I mean, that is what this Royal Commission has been endeavouring to do over the last nearly 3 years, and I think we've made some ground there, but undoubtedly there's more that could be done. You talked about needing that knowledge and understanding and defining the problem before taking action. My question to you then is, when is it appropriate to act? How much knowledge is enough to actually act, and how long can you wait to act?
Yeah, look, the answer is this is urgent. The answer is now. The answer is this is a national priority. We don't need to ask the Australian people. They've already told us how important this is to them. The implied support that comes from the budget and the establishment of DVA is already there. We need to act as quickly as we can on this. The question is that how do we act the right way? So we need to find a way to, in the military, we call it, building the plane in mid-flight. How do we step towards better? Right? And point number one for me is you need an accurate assessment of where you are at the moment. What is the current situation? Factually, accurately. Who does what? Where do they do it? What's going on? In research terms, in accountability terms, in initiative terms, what is the construct around this at the moment? And it might be an ugly picture or it might be a nice one, I don't know. But what is the current situation? And then from it, with a definition of an agreed problem, is we go, what are the priority areas that we need to be focusing on initially and taking those incremental actions? And then how do we build momentum towards the goal over time that we get better and better and better?
General, I'm going to stop you there just because we're getting short of time. I'm going to pass on to my colleagues.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
General, I'd like to continue the theme of this Centre of Excellence you've raised, because we have been exposed to at least 3 such centres in our look at what our Five Eyes partners are doing overseas. One is in England or the UK. It's called the King's Centre for Military Health Research. You're familiar with it? So it's run out of King's College London University. They say of themselves that they are independent of the Ministry of Defence, the Office for Veterans Affairs and the Chain of Command, and from recollection, a lot of their funds are received through a body called the Forces in Mind Trust. There's also a Canadian one called the Canadian Institute for Military and Veteran health research, which is within the military, has about 130 odd researchers, but also helps coordinate such research into military health around Canada. And the third one, which we received some familiarity with, was the Walter Reed National Military Medical Centre, which is a descendant of an Army and a Navy hospital outside Washington, DC, which is one of many such research institutes in the States, but also does patient treatment in a pretty big way. With those thumbnail sketches, are you able to comment on how that might affect your preferred model for such a centre for excellence?
I don't have a preferred model. I have a preferred effect in mind. I don't think you mentioned the US initiatives as well, which are significant and impressive in their own way.
Well, I mentioned the Walter Reed Centre,
And
that's an example of one of the major ones in the US.
as a leader, I visited most of those in my final years as a general. And at the time, everyone was dealing with the very obvious consequences and collateral of operational service, mainly in the Middle East. Now, each nation needs to judge the best way to interpret its interest to do something. And each of those examples of nations you've described, they're all very impressive places and institutes of great worth. They have to be on our collaboration. They need to be our best friends in terms of knowledge and support and experience. But the question is, here in Australia, what would work best for us given the unique Australian requirements here? And I believe that the first vote in that should go to the Australian government, first choice. Right? The default might be a publicly funded independent entity that is separate from Defence and DVA. My instinct is that that would not be my preferred first choice in Australia's case. My preferred case is that we try and build nationally a team of teams, that we bring together all of the stakeholders and participants, and we create an entity that services them all. Australia, even though it's a wealthy nation, does have resource limitations. So there are efficiency and scale and expertise issues that deserve consideration. Now, what about, as an example, I'm sure you've also visited the Australian institutes and universities where they're also doing research. And there's several of them. And the people that work in them are incredible, which is why I have confidence that we have the talent and the ability here in this nation. It's just we haven't quite brought them together. So do we go to South Australia? Do we go to Melbourne? Do I go to Brisbane? Do I go to Sydney? Each of them has institutes and universities with incredible people that are working in this domain and are all worthy of being part of this. Do we allow this to become some sort of competition about which university runs this or leads this? I'd prefer to step away from that narrative just now, but I would like to say that I believe that it could be an aggregation or a coalition of all of those things working together. There is certainly enough to do here. There is no shortage of problems and issues. Now, if we share the problem internationally, then maybe we can accelerate the timeline to get at these issues. Why revisit and relearn what other nations have already learned? And why don't we focus on those areas of research and understanding that haven't been dealt with appropriately and contribute to that? And can we imagine, under this phrase, Centre of Excellence, some sort of construct that works, that is a centre that departments like Defence and DVA look at positively, not threateningly, like they're trying to do our job or tell us what to do. But it's a place that supports them, that listens to them, that responds to them, that does the things that I felt I needed as a leader when I felt short of advice and knowledge. And how do we look at that? I think it deserves a focused conversation, if you haven't had one already, about how might we do that. I believe that we need to be open-minded on what the final structure of something might be, but I am quite firm in my current view, for what it's worth, that the absence of such a thing in this nation is deeply undesirable and, in fact, deeply inconsistent for why we're all here today. And I will tell you that there have been institutes in the past with names that might lay claim to such a requirement, but it's a mystery to me because we keep moving them around. They might have been in one state once and then suddenly they're not anymore, their funding is withdrawn, and an institute in another state is suddenly doing it. And I think we've got to stop moving around like this, and we've just got to start building a foundation of knowledge and stepping it forward with confidence. And in my sense in this nation, that would require some sort of national trigger or motivation or incentivisation to do it and let the others build around. There are many examples of that at the moment that we could draw upon within Australia that work. I quote in my open statement, this may not have merit, that the current Trailblazer program, which governments co-fund with collaborations from universities and other interests, is a way to move forward on complex multidisciplinary areas with both Commonwealth and other funding for a common purpose that accelerates that. Now, if mechanisms like that can work in other fields and areas, then it tells me there are ways to do it in this area as well. Let's quickly work out what would work best for Australia. It clearly would require consultation with government, absolutely. But what I'm saying here as a layperson is let's have one of these things. Right? Let's create it. And so when Canada or England or America talk about us at their version of a Royal Commission, they can quote a place just like you did of those nations, where at the moment I don't think they can.
Thanks very much, Mr. Sengelman. We've run out of time, unfortunately, but I just have one quick question for you. So with the depth and breadth of experience that you've got and your deep understanding of the hierarchy of the ADF in particular and what makes them tick, and with the knowledge that you would have by now of the inquiries that preceded us and the number of recommendations that preceded us and the fact that, in effect, they didn't really have any effect. The problem persists and expands. What would you say the Royal Commission ought to be looking at saying to the ADF leadership, perhaps 3 or 4 points that would ensure that what we say, what we come up with, will in fact be embraced and acted upon and actually finally deal with these issues and solve them?
Thank you, Commissioner. I first of all invite the Commission to understand that it is my experience that whatever impressions may have been created through testimony or the like, there is no absence of will or desire to support our people and fix this problem out there. That, sir, is common and I believe is not in dispute. The question is that how do we harness that for better effect from where we are now? We're dealing with an issue that is greater than the Department of Defence, and so my observations would be that this Commission, amongst whatever recommendations you're considering, should, at the grand strategic level, ask itself, how can we, in 4 or 5 key strategic steps, create the national conditions that allow departments like Defence and DVA to work more effectively together towards a common goal? How do you unblock the blockages that any one of these individual departments has a will to work through but doesn't have the ability? How do you do that? I believe the key recommendations, the wordology of which I defer to others on, would be let's create some sort of national entity, institute, agreement, coalition to get smarter on this. Let's learn our things, let's draw upon the knowledge that has already been gained, let's aggregate it together and let's find a way to mount a Manhattan-style project that makes us best in the world in this, that understands our people and helps inform all leaders, no matter what department they're in or what government they're in, about what choices to make in the future and where to go. Let's find a way to do that. We don't have one at the moment. The absence of it is, in my opinion, a significant obstacle to future positive steps. 2, let's make sure that in the steps we want to make in the future, that there is a mechanism over it that oversees progress, that reports transparently about that progress and allows us to be better, right, through that reporting. Some sort of oversight mechanism that is a quality control, quality assurance mechanism. It's not a big brother. It's about just doing better and being proud about what we're doing to open ourselves up to such scrutiny and observation. 3, can we look at the current model and how we support our veterans and service personnel with mental health problems? And is it possible that by design, that unconsciously we've set things up the wrong way that makes it a lot harder for them to get the help they need? I personally think there's a lot of value in looking at an exposure-based approach to triggering support and recognition of our people who may have had problems. Look, rhetorically here, sorry if this sounds a bit gravelly, Commissioner, how many people do you need to kill or see killed before you should feel deeply disturbed? The answer is 1, right? Well, what if through your service the answer is 5 or 10 or 15? At what point at exposure to those things does someone go, oh, hang on, maybe we should be doing something about that? I think we need to be better at that, and I think we need to look at it through the prism, and I think the existing model of having to declare you need help or go knock on the door of DVA, I'm not dismissing it, I'm just saying that of itself, it is clearly not adequate for all of the needs of the veterans and the service personnel we're talking about. Next, if our treating experts, our healthcare professionals that look at these problems are, the spear tip of how we're going to get at this, let's give them the specialised knowledge and expertise to do their job properly. So if that in medical training terms are specialist courses and modules that are out there that qualify them in these areas, that we find a way to establish and support in collaboration with the universities of Australia and others, let's do that. So there aren't just psychiatrists and psychologists that are helping with these problems, but there are individuals with the specialised modules and experience and qualifications that understand our veterans and what they've gone through and can get at this problem more effectively than perhaps they've been equipped to in the past. And finally, it's an emotional thing, Commissioner, but back to this restorative justice issue. There is a lot of hurt and pain out there. Let's not forget these people and the families that are affected by these issues. Every story we know affects a lot of people. For the stories that are linked to defence and military service and the veterans, is there some merit in some sort of restorative justice conversation where we reach out and have these things that would have some goodness to it? And is that worth considering? Those are my points. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, Mr. Singleman. Ms. Sharp, are there any issues you wanted to raise or questions?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dayton, is there anything from the Commonwealth?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Longbottom, any matters arising?
No, thank you, Commissioner. May Major General Singleman be excused from his summons to appear.
Yeah. Thank you for your evidence today, and we know there's a great deal of work has been put in by you and others around you to prepare your statement and the material you've tendered to us, and it is very much appreciated. Thank you for your evidence today, and you're excused from your summons for repeating today. If there's no other matters, we'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now adjourned to 11:30. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Sheptour.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, the next witnesses are the Honourable Richard Marles MP, the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia since 23 May 2022 and the Minister for Defence since 1 June 2022, and the Honourable Matt Keogh MP, the Minister for Defence Personnel and Minister for Veterans since 1 June 2022. The Ministers are already seated in the witness box. May they be sworn in or given the affirmation.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Perhaps we could just take appearances.
Commissioners, Mirza Begian and I appear with Mr Marr, or the Honourable Richard Marles MP, instructed by Gilbert and Tobin, and the Honourable Matthew Keogh MP, instructed by HFW Australia.
Thank you. That's it, I think.
Operator, can you please display the tender list? Commissioners, I tender the documents in the tender bundle in the manner they are described in the list.
Thank you. They'll be accepted on that basis, then allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Ministers, I might start this morning with your respective spheres of responsibility. Minister Marles, am I correct that you have the ultimate ministerial responsibility for the well-being of members of the Defence Force?
Well, as the Minister for Defence, I have overall responsibility for the defence portfolio, which includes obviously defence personnel and their well-being. It is, we have in Matt as the Minister for Defence Personnel, a minister who is directly responsible for defence personnel. And well, I know that some previous witnesses have described this as being a joint responsibility between the two of us. I don't actually think that accurately describes how this works. We're both sworn in to have responsibility for the administration of the Department of Defence. We will both engage in the signing of briefs, decisions, if you like, actions will happen under our signature. And they happen under each of our signatures alone, and more, you know, in a day-to-day sense, that is much more Matt than it is me. I think the way to describe the relationship is really one of confidence, in the sense that all of us as ministers operate, we have or we don't, the confidence of the Prime Minister. The way I would describe this is that you know, Matt very much has my confidence in the way in which he engages in his duties, and we, you know, work together on the matters that would go to Cabinet, matters that would go through the Expenditure Review Committee, matters which would deal with legislation which necessarily go to Cabinet, and other large matters is the kinds of things where we would talk. So there is an overall responsibility. It's in the context, though, of having a person who is responsible day to day for this area.
I understand that there might be a difference in discharging the day-to-day functions, but I do want to clarify. You're the minister that sits in Cabinet, and you are therefore the minister with ultimate responsibility for defence personnel, correct?
Well, yes, in the way in which I've described, but again, we're both sworn in to administer the Department of Defence, and so you know, various points in the Defence Act, for example, we are both the minister, and actions happen under each of our signatures and each of our signatures alone. So, I mean, I know that it's a longer answer to your question, but it's not a simple answer. This is not a kind of confidence, as I say, I think is the concept. This is not doing it jointly. This is not doing it under supervision. Matt, as the Minister for Defence Personnel, discharges those duties with my confidence and obviously with the confidence of the Prime Minister, as I discharge my duties as the Minister for Defence with the confidence of the Prime Minister. But things will happen under my signature that are not co-signed by the Prime Minister, and things happen under Matt's signature that are not co-signed by me.
It's just an issue I just want to be very clear about in my own mind. So can I ask the operator to please display document DVS.333.001.1284? Minister, while we wait for that to come up, can I just ask about Section 8 of the Defence Force Act 1903? That provides you with, under that Act, you as Defence Minister have general control and administration of the Defence Force, and the CDF and the Departmental Secretary must comply with any directions that you give. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's not a delegatable power that you can delegate to the Minister Keogh.
I think it's worth clarifying that any sworn minister is a minister for the purposes of the Act. So we have the same power
So
in
you
that
have the
respect.
same power to administer directions to the Defence Force. Can I just go down to the Department of Defence, Minister Miles, written next to your name, Richard Miles, it says Cabinet Minister, Guide to Responsibilities, all. And then a little further down next to Minister Keogh's name, you'll see that it says to support the Minister for Defence on matters relating to defence personnel. So just again, just to be very clear, I understand that you may well have the support of the Minister for Defence Personnel, Minister Keogh, but it is still the case that you are fully responsible for, as the Defence Minister, and you also have the legal power to address all aspects of well-being of Defence members, correct?
I do, but in terms of fully understanding this, if you zoom back out, you really do need to read the preamble at the top of that, which says, as a matter of law, any minister or assistant minister appointed to administer a particular department has the constitutional authority to administer any part of that department. Now, those words are there. Further, the column Guide to Responsibilities, which you've just quoted, as a matter of practice, the division of ministerial responsibility within a portfolio, this guide does not have legal force. What does have legal force is what then precedes that, comes next, as a matter of law. So that is actually how this works. Yes, in a practical sense, I have a responsibility for the entirety of the portfolio. Yes, I am the senior minister in the portfolio, but it really is important in terms of trying to understand how this works to be clear that each minister, as a matter of law, as those sentences describe, have the authority to administer the department. And I think the way to think about this is that we will sign multiple documents every day which represent decisions that are made, and actions happen under our signatures alone. Matt will sign, in making a decision, he will sign his signature, not by reference to me, not with my permission. He signs it as legally and constitutionally empowered minister to do that.
I'll ask it just very simply, because I just want really
But
I understand that.
it's not simple.
I understand that there's minutiae to it, but ultimately you are the senior minister.
Correct,
You
and I've
come
said
here
that.
before at the Royal Commission this morning, and you are ultimately responsible, are you not?
Well, I mean, we can go over this again.
We can go
I mean,
around it.
you put it in terms of you'll ask it simply. It's not a simple answer. And nothing I say can make it a simple answer. It is, as a matter of fact, the way in which I have described it, and my evidence is what it is.
That's fine. Can I ask this question then? The mental health and well-being of the Australian people, and in particular the issue of suicide, it's a priority issue for your government, isn't it?
Indeed.
And how significant is the issue of member and veteran suicide and suicidality in your mind?
In my mind, or in the government's?
In your mind, as Minister for Defence?
Well,
How significant is the issue?
well, I just want to be clear in terms of the context in which you're asking the question. I mean, I can answer it on behalf of Richard Miles, but I assume what you're actually asking, as you just did then, how significant is it for the government in terms of me as the Deputy Prime Minister within the government? Perhaps if I answer that question, because I think that's what you're trying to
Perhaps
ask.
in that capacity you can answer.
It's deeply significant. I mean, we called for this Royal Commission when we were in opposition. It was a key part of what we took to the election. Indeed, in the first iteration of what the former government proposed in response to us calling for this, we ultimately did not support that and felt that this needed to be a proper, full-blown Royal Commission, which is what has now occurred. When we came to power, the Commission was at a point as it was about to hand down its interim report. We were the government responsible for implementing that interim report, and we did. I mean, the thrust of that report has been a key part of what the government's done, certainly what Matt has done in his role and what I've done in mine. So, I mean, the very simple answer to your question in terms of where the government is at is that this is a matter of enormous priority. For what it's worth, in terms of where I'm at as a human being, it's a huge priority for me as well. But what's relevant here is in terms of where the government is at, this is a critical priority for the Albanese government. And you can see that in the steps and the actions that we've taken both in opposition and in government.
Thank you. Ministers, I can call it up if you wish, but there's also a Chief of Defence Force minute dated 13 October 2023 for the ADF Suicide Review Pilot, which records that suicide prevention is Defence's highest mental health and wellbeing priority. Do you agree with that?
Are you asking either of us, or are you?
Both of you can respond.
I mean, yeah, I agree with the statement that the Chief of Defence has made there. Obviously, people are our most important capability in defence. None of defence operates without the people in uniform and the people in the Department of Defence. And so making sure that their well-being is protected and is a priority makes complete sense.
Great.
Mr. Miles, just returning to your responsibilities, I'm interested in this. Does veteran suicide and suicidality fall within your responsibility as Minister for Defence?
It is a slightly different situation in relation to veterans in as much as there is a separate department and I'm not sworn in to administer that department. Matt is sworn in alone. But there is a responsibility in that I'm the cabinet level minister responsible for that. So in a practical sense, what that means is that if you take this Royal Commission and the way in which the government responds to it, a number of those reforms, or key reforms really, I mean the legislation being an example, really sit in Veterans Affairs and so not within the Department of Defence, but I will have carriage of that through the cabinet process and Matt will be a part of that as well.
Minister Keogh, as Minister for Veterans Affairs, you're responsible for administering the Department of Veterans Affairs and any legislation administered by
That's
that
correct.
department. And that legislation includes the various Veteran Entitlement Acts.
It does.
And as Minister for Defence Personnel, one aspect of that would obviously include the significant issue of defence and member suicide and suicidality.
Absolutely, it's a very important issue, and as the Deputy Prime Minister just raised, we were very big supporters of calling for the establishment of this Royal Commission because of the seriousness with which we take the issue.
So can I now move to a different topic? Minister Miles, it has been widely reported over the last week or so that you believe that there are issues of culture within the senior leadership and the more general leadership of the ADF and the Department of Defence, which needs challenging. Can you please identify those issues of culture within the senior leadership?
Well, what I have said publicly, I stand by, and the Commission has access to the statements that I've made publicly, as you've just alluded to. I wouldn't really add much more to that in I wouldn't add more to that because that's where I'm at in terms of my thinking about it. It really is simply to say that in relation to the questions of timely and accurate advice. There needs to be, there should be a culture of absolute competence, is the way I would describe it. Excellence, meaning that advice is timely and it is accurate, and that's exactly the culture which is expected of someone in the infantry, somebody who's a mechanic on an aircraft, and for what it's worth, I think actually that culture is displayed throughout the Defence Force at that level. So what I've really said is that we need to be making sure that in the senior leadership of Defence we are exhibiting that culture and those standards of excellence as well.
Can I drill down into that a little bit more because I want to understand it? Have there been issues with timely advice being provided either by or to senior defence leadership?
Well, there have been issues in relation to timeliness and accuracy, which is what I've described.
And is that to you specifically?
Yes.
Are you able to provide an example?
I'm not going to go into examples. I mean, all of those obviously go to the workings of government. What I expect is a standard of excellence in relation to that work, and I think that's what the Australian people would expect me to hold Defence to. I might just add one other point though, and again, these are all comments that I've made publicly. I think in terms of the very senior leadership, meaning both the Secretary of Defence and the Chief of the Defence Force, I think they have been very important collaborators with me in seeking to put this culture in place. And I might also say, and all I'm really doing is repeating comments I've made publicly, which the Commission has access to, I think a lot of this stems as much from the way in which government has gone about its interactions with Defence as it is about Defence itself. And the example that I've cited there is that when you do have multiple ministers churning through the portfolio, that is going to affect morale, and I think it has.
Can I ask about just timing? When did you come to diagnose those issues of culture?
Well, I mean, I have been in this role just over 21 months. I've been speaking to Defence over the course of that period. I don't have a specific date, or there's not a specific moment that I would go to.
But it was more recently that you sort of thought, look, I need to make a stand about this, or?
Well, and again, these matters are reported. So, but towards the end of last year, I've made my views known in terms of what I expect.
And Minister Keogh, can I ask you this? Are these issues of which you are also aware?
Of timely and accurate advice, yes.
And when did you become aware of those issues?
Well, I think my experience has been similar to the Deputy Prime Minister's. I mean, I'm 20 months into being a minister, and you get to learn your department and how they operate over that time and where you see gaps. I mean, I think the expectation of excellence is what the Australian public would want its government to have of its departments, and that's how we get the best results that we need to have.
Can I ask this then? Minister Miles, you were responsible for extending the terms of the Secretary and the CDF. If you harboured concerns about any leadership culture, why did you do so?
Well, obviously, in an answer that I've just given, I made clear that both the Secretary of Defence and the Chief of the Defence Force have been important collaborators with me in implementing this standard of excellence. And so in that sense, it indicates in my mind the extending of their term.
So they were both aware of these issues that you've identified?
Well, obviously that's not a question I can answer. That's a question that should be directed at them.
You also raised the question of, you also recently referred to the low morale within the department, the ADF. Can I ask, what are the causes of that low morale?
Well, I think I've given you that answer as well.
Sorry?
I think I gave you that answer as well.
No.
Well, I did. I'm happy to do it again, but I did give you the answer. I made clear that I think that there are issues which are beyond defence, and in terms of the way in which government has operated, which have impacted the morale of defence. I think when you have a churn of ministers, which is what I just said, that is going to impact morale, and I think it has impacted morale, and that's an example.
Can I ask this? And you referred to it just before as well. You also said that the Australian people would expect you to hold the Defence Force and the department to a standard of excellence. And that's because, in a nutshell, that's your job, isn't it? It's to hold both the department and the defence accountable for failures and to seek to rectify those failures.
I think it's an aspect of my job, yes.
There are several factors that contribute to the effectiveness of a senior minister such as yourself in discharging your accountabilities. Can I put some to you and see if you agree? Some of those characteristics that you must display are professional curiosity, essentially be a leader that goes asked looking for questions.
Yes.
Being proactive in addressing known issues as they arise.
Say that again.
Being proactive in addressing known issues as they arise.
Addressing what issues?
I'll say it again. Being proactive in addressing known issues. Known issues when they arise.
Sure.
Owning an issue.
Yes.
And there are other factors that must also be at your disposal, and I think this ties in with what you were saying. It's timely data, accurate data. Oh, sorry, I'll get you to answer yes for the transcript.
Well, what is the question?
Oh, there are other factors that must be at your disposal as well, including timely and accurate data.
That I need to be given timely and accurate data?
Yes.
Yes.
Expert advice where issues are outside your particular level of expertise.
We rely on advice, yes.
And also levers. So, for example, resources that you can direct to a problem to address it.
I mean, there's a lot in that last point. Resources ultimately a collective decision of government.
And notwithstanding that last point, those characteristics and factors, they also would apply generally or commonly to the senior leadership of the ADF and the department.
Well, I mean, it feels to me that what you're doing is articulating attributes of leadership. I don't quarrel with any of the attributes that you're articulating.
Thank you. And Minister Keogh, do you also share Minister Miles's expectation of excellence, but in respect of your own department, the Department of Veterans Affairs?
Well, they're both my departments, and I share that expectation across both departments and all of their agencies.
How would you fairly characterise the department's performance during your tenure as Minister? And I should say I'm referring there to the Department of Veterans Affairs.
I think in the broad, and that's a very broad question, but in the broad, over the last 20 months, I would characterise the performance of the Department of Veterans Affairs as greatly improved from the department that I took over, I guess, when we came into government. This was a department that was frankly under-resourced when we came into government. It's now the best resource it's been in 3 decades. And so its capacity to produce better outcomes for veterans, to provide better advice to government, and to be responsive to government has greatly improved in the way we've resourced it, but also the way we've engaged with it.
I could bring up the transcript if you wish, but in hearing Block 11, I'm just interested in your views about this. The then Premier of Victoria, Daniel Andrews, described DVA as operating more like an insurance company and not an especially good insurance company than an agency that's there to provide support and care. Is it disappointing to hear that a then sitting Premier, and indeed a Labor one, held that view about your own department?
Well, I think the comments that were made by then Premier Andrews reflect, commentary and a view that led to very early on in my term as the minister, as giving an apology in Parliament to serving personnel and veterans for the deficiencies of the Department of Veterans Affairs in the way in which it had engaged with servicing and supporting veterans. Not to say that every veteran was not supported, but there was certainly, and the lived experience and other evidence that's come before this commission has been an example of where there's been deficiencies in the work that the Department of Veteran Affairs over time has not supported and has failed to support veterans. And I think, and I gave an apology for that, not because, it happened under any particular government. It's happened over governments of both sides over a period of time, but it needed to be properly acknowledged, and we've done that. And we do acknowledge that. And I think the evidence that was given by then Premier Andrews was reflective of that too.
Can I move to a different topic just concerning past reviews? Minister Miles, upon assuming your role as Minister for Defence in June 2022, which past reviews about the ADF, if any, did you familiarise yourself with?
I had familiarity with reviews in respect of first principles. I was familiar with, obviously, the 2016 white paper and what flowed from that. They would have been the major reviews that I would have been familiar with. Obviously, in this space, first principles is in this space, and obviously defence strategic reviews speak to the question of personnel. Or I should say, the Defence Strategic Review does speak to the question of personnel, but white papers have as well. I've had, some cursory familiarity with the predecessor to the Royal Commission and what's commonly known as the Boss Report.
And were there any key takeaway points from those reviews, or anything that in particular that stood out to you?
Are we talking about in respect of this?
In respect of anything.
Respect of anything.
Of those reviews, were there anything that really stood out to you about defence?
So not just defence personnel, but defence more generally.
I'll limit it to defence personnel. Was there anything in particular that stood out to you, or the answer may be no?
I think in relation to defence personnel, again, if we're talking about the subject of this Royal Commission, that's kind of more specific as well, and I'm happy to kind of give you a sense of what was in my head in relation in coming to government around that. I think probably not something specific is probably the answer to that question, probably no, but I think in a general sense, it is clear to me that in terms of cultural issues within defence, defence has been on a journey over a significant period of time where there has been progress, and where I think the culture within the Defence Force is better now than what it might have been in the 80s, but I would not for a moment profess to be an expert of that. But it does feel to me that there is a progression where things are better, but there is still a considerable way to go. In relation to, and this goes beyond what's in the reviews, I mean, obviously, in terms of calling for the Royal Commission, every suicide is a tragedy. The suicide rate amongst veterans particularly was such that we believed this Royal Commission definitely needed to happen, and for me there were and remain unanswered questions about what steps should be taken, which is why I think the work of this commission is so important.
Thank you. Minister Keogh, upon assuming, I'll just ask you the same question, upon assuming your role as Minister for Defence Personnel and also the Minister for Veterans Affairs, which past reviews, if any, did you familiarise yourself with?
So prior to coming into office, I guess I was familiar with the work DLA Piper had done and the DART work that had occurred under a previous government in respect of defence personnel. And I was aware of some Senate inquiries that touch on superannuation issues, for example, and there's a Senate inquiry more broadly on these matters that came down whilst I was in the Parliament, and I was aware of the Productivity Commission review or report, and that caused some controversy across the veteran community at the time. Upon coming into, and I was aware of the First Principles review, upon coming into government, the main reports that I took myself to be more familiar with, I guess, were the Productivity Commission review, the BOSS report. There was a Senate inquiry report that sort of went to some of the key issues that led to and our support for the establishment of this Royal Commission and the issues that the Royal Commission is examining.
You mentioned the productivity report. I'm just going to use an example of something and get you to comment on it. Can I ask the operator to please display the overview and recommendations volume of the Productivity Commission's report? Go to page .2293 and expand it to recommendation 17.1, please. It's the page ending 2293, please, operator.
Could I just interrupt and ask whether this is in the tender bundle so that the ministers have an opportunity to look at the hard copy? Commissioners, they do have a hard copy bundle. I just wanted to check whether it's in the bundle.
I don't think it is.
I might just give, that's the incorrect document, operator. Can I just ask you to put up INQ.quadruple0.0001.2216, which is the Productivity Commission's report. That's correct. And then go to the page ending .2293, please. Highlight recommendation 17.1, please.
I believe for the benefit of the witnesses, it's in tab H.
It's also now blown up on the screen. So that reads, improve awareness of DVA mental health services to ensure that veterans and their families are aware of the services that the Department of Veterans Affairs provides, including open arms and counselling through the White Card. DVA should develop relationships with and advertise its services through mainstream mental health service providers, such as Beyond Blue, the Black Dog Institute and Lifeline. Minister Keogh, this is a fairly straightforward and plainly expressed recommendation, isn't it?
Quite a long recommendation, actually, but yes.
But it's clear enough.
Yes.
Can I now ask the operator to please display the response to NTG DVA 136 at page 1?
Can I get a tab reference for that document as well? Is that in the bundle?
I don't know, it's not my bundle. It's document ID DVA.999.0104.0001.
I believe it's tab 15.
Minister Keir, you can see there. that-
Sorry, I think it's tab 18.
18? Yes.
So you can see there in paragraphs 1.1 and 2.1
Yes.
that DVA has recently told the Commission that DVA does not have arrangements with Beyond Blue, Lifeline, the Black Dog Institute or any other such mental health organisation to publicise DVA's services, including those provided by Open Arms and counselling available through use of the White Card for veterans and their families. DVA does not have any standing relationship with Beyond Blue, Lifeline, the Black Dog Institute or any other such mental health organisation for the benefit of veterans or their families. Mr. Keir, in light of this information from the DVA, do you consider that the Productivity Commission's recommendation 17.1 has been implemented?
Well, the first thing I'd note is I don't have in front of me what the previous government's response was to recommendation 17.1, so I don't know if the department was ever directed to implement it. But in terms of the first part of that recommendation about promoting the services of Open Arms and the Department of Veterans Affairs, we absolutely do that, and I do that as Minister as well to make sure that veterans are aware of those services. One of the things that I'm very present to in the feedback that I receive from veterans is that, and from experts, is the need to have specialist veteran services that are responsive to the unique needs of veterans and our understanding of their background and the issues they need support with and how those issues have arisen. And that's exactly what Open Arms is and when it comes to mental health support and counselling and the programs that it provides to support veterans and families. And I think you've heard some evidence earlier about how it's probably one of the best mental health services, best funded mental health services in Australia. So our focus is on providing those services directly to veterans and families through Open Arms, which is administered by the department, rather than providing services via other services, which are of course available to the entire mainstream of Australia, as they should be, because we provide a specialist service. But I can't speak to the second part of and so we are doing that, and that's the first part of that recommendation. The second part, I don't know what was agreed by the previous government at this stage.
I understand. And the point you make is a valid one. It's the former government. I'm just wanting to track the implementation through. I understood you to say, though, that are you saying, and I'd like you to clarify this for me, please. Are you saying what's recorded in paragraph 1.1 of DVA's response is incorrect?
I don't believe it to be incorrect, but I wasn't involved in preparing this document.
And is anything in paragraph 2.1 incorrect?
That matches my understanding as well, but again, I didn't prepare the document.
So can I then go to the updated government response to the Productivity Commission report?
Where's that?
Which is DVA.0001.00001.0336 at page 3.
I believe that's volume 2, tab J.
Go to page 3, please, operator. Now, this is the former government's response, not your government. You'll see that next to 17.1 are written the words implemented.
Sorry, what page are we on? Sorry.
So this is the former government's response.
I can see those words there, yes.
So having regard to what we've just been discussing, is that entry, do you regard that entry by the former government to be correct or incorrect?
Well, it's a document prepared by the previous government. I can't speak to their intention behind it.
No, but is the matter correct or incorrect? Has it been implemented?
Well, as a matter of English, the first part of that recommendation was implemented, but I can't speak to why the previous government reported it this way.
I'll leave it there. Can I ask you this then? What mechanisms are available to give you assurance that statements about the implementation of inquiry recommendations to the government are indeed accurate.
So are you asking whether we look behind these sorts of reports historically from previous governments?
No, I'm not. I'm just going forward. I'm just asking you about what mechanisms are available to you to give you assurance that statements made about the... So, for example, I'll put it differently. I'll withdraw that. If a recommendation is directed to DVA and DVA tell you that it's been implemented, how do you have assurance that that has occurred?
Well, if there's a reason to query whether that is true or not, then that may be a question that I raise with DVA as to how that's been implemented or what form that implementation has taken. But it's not my practice, nor do I think it's the practice of most ministers to go back over. I mean, the interim report of this commission refers to the numerous inquiries into these areas, and look behind every report. We're very much more focused on, well, firstly, the interim report from this Royal Commission, the final report when we receive it, and issues as they are arising and making sure we're tackling them, whether they're because of partial implementation of prior recommendations going back decades or because there are new issues that have arisen or circumstances have changed.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that you should have gone back and looked at recommendation 17.1. But I take it from your response, it's that if your department says to you it's been implemented, you would trust that unless there was a reason.
As a general proposition, yes, I would agree. I would believe what the department tells me.
Can I ask this? Have you given any thought to how you might, as Minister for Veterans Affairs, go about, or how, I'll withdraw that. Have you given any thought to how you might go about the task of confirming the implementation of recommendations that are made by this Royal Commission?
Sorry, by this Royal Commission? Confirming the implementation. Well, I've had primary charge of the interim report recommendations along with the Deputy Prime Minister and the Attorney General, so that's something that I have intricate engagement with, so it's not something that's done at total arm's length.
And going forward for this Royal Commission's future recommendations, it would be the same?
Well, similarly, that would be how we would engage with the recommendations when we finally receive them from this Royal Commission in terms of their, whether their adoption process and implementation going forward. That'd be something I would monitor very closely.
I mean, the Commission has made clear that it has an interest in the kind of bureaucratic form, the form of government that should be put in place to ensure that the recommendations of this Commission are fulfilled. That's fair enough. Royal Commissions and reviews in the past undertaken with sincerity obviously think about the question of how to ensure what they're recommending is ultimately implemented. We're going to be very interested in what the Commission has to say in relation to this. And obviously we are not about to prejudge that. You wouldn't want us to prejudge that, because the whole point of this Commission is to advise, is to give us a sense of where to go. But I've been following the comments that have been made by the Commissioners, the kind of interrogation of this issue that has been undertaken, and we're obviously deeply interested in what this Commission is going to recommend in that space.
Thank you. Minister Miles, while we're on the topic of implementation of recommendations, there's an oversight panel for the Afghanistan inquiry that will be appearing as witnesses during week 3 of this hearing block. I understand that the oversight panel's final report was provided to the government on or about November 2023 and remains with government for finalisation. When will that report be released?
I haven't set a time frame for that, but what you asserted in your question is true. That is in front of me now.
Will it be done promptly?
It'll be done thoroughly, but it'll be done thoroughly is the answer to that question.
Would it be fair to say that it would be released, could expect it to be released prior to the conclusion of this Royal Commission?
I'm not about, I don't have a time frame in my head, so if you're asking me to give evidence on this, that's the answer to your question. And I'm not going to be drawn on making assumptions in that now. I mean, the answer to your question is I don't have a time frame in my head. What we will do is respond to that thoroughly.
Can I turn now to the specific issue of ADF member suicide? But before I do that, I'll ask the operator to display a slide deck for Minister Miles's examination and display a tweet from the 2nd of May 2023. This is a tweet from you, Minister Miles. There you say that our defence personnel are our greatest asset.
Is this in the tender?
I don't believe this is in the hard copy bundle.
I don't know if it is, but it's a tweet from you. I mean, I'm just asking you about the tweet. There you say that our ADF personnel are our greatest asset. Now, pausing there, is that a view that you still hold?
Yes.
You, Minister Keogh? Do you agree that...
Sorry, what's your question?
Do you agree that our ADF personnel are our greatest asset?
I usually use the term capability, but yes.
Now, you go on to say that Defence is facing greater challenges to recruit, retain and grow its workforce than it has for decades. And on that particular morning, you joined Ministers Keogh and Thistlethwaite to announce your commitment to improving support to our ADF personnel. Now, I think you'd obviously accept that a critical component of recruiting, retaining and growing the ADF workforce concerns the mental health and wellbeing of its members.
Yes.
And the support to ADF personnel that you refer to in your tweet, that includes supporting our ADF members and veterans by seeking to reduce suicide and suicidality?
Sure.
Sorry, can I just... are you asking whether that tweet refers to that issue? Because that's not what this tweet was about.
No, I'm not.
And in part, it is why I asked the question about, I mean, I get it's a tweet from me. We do a lot of social media. I was just trying to get some sense of what the context of it is, which is why, it's obviously these things happen in a context. That's why I thought it might have been in the tender to give a sense of the context, but obviously you're not providing us that now, that's fine. This was done, I think, in response to the Defence Strategic Review. I think we just announced the retention bonus, and from memory we did this down at ADFA. So that is the context of the tweet that is there. I mean, what you've put is fine, but that's what that tweet is about.
Yes, and that's fine. It speaks for itself. I've just...
Well, no, tweets happen in a context, so that's not actually quite right. The context of this was in response to an announcement around a continuation bonus. It doesn't speak for itself at all. It speaks in the context of an announcement that the government had made. And that is, so it's not quite fair to just put it in isolation.
Is there a particular aspect of that tweet that you'd like to withdraw?
I don't know, and I'm not sure what I've said which would indicate that.
I'm just wondering what the context about the tweet is.
Well, we're just trying to go about this in a manner which is fair. I mean, you've put things to us before, highlighted on a screen without the preamble, which is obviously important. You're giving us a tweet. I just asked what the context was. You're saying it speaks for itself. It's actually not about. I mean, I don't have a problem with the assertions that you've put in relation to the importance of mental health within the Defence Force. I mean, we want to help the Commission by being here in terms of the Commission's work, presenting us material fairly and in context will enable us to help the Commission better.
Prior to your appearance here this morning, you were asked by this Commission to provide a list of documents, including ministerial briefs relating to matters that may fall within the Commission's terms of reference. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in response, you identified 13 ministerial briefs, which you then produced to this Commission.
Yes.
Now, just asking, none of those briefs deal specifically with the issue of ADF member suicide and suicidality. Is that correct?
Well, they're the documents that we've provided you. You've seen them.
Was that a yes?
That's the answer to the question. You've seen the documents. I'm not about to sum them up in a word.
Can I just raise an issue? In fairness to the witness, he should be shown at least the list of the briefs and the topics that they address, because it's very difficult to answer that kind of a question without that context.
It's a fair comment, isn't it, Mr. Shepton?
That's fine. I'll have my instructors do that. Which person or persons within the ADF are, to your knowledge, primarily responsible for the issue of member suicide and suicidality, Minister Miles?
Well, I mean, in terms of the chain of command, I'd, defer to Matt, who will have a better knowledge going down its length than I do. But the Natasha Fox, who has been put in place, and within the Defence Force, Justine Gregg within the Department of Defence, have key responsibilities, and both of them oversee a chain of command underneath them.
I think it's important to understand that the entire chain of command has responsibility for the well-being of the people that they command. And so that sheets from the lowest level of command all the way back to the Chief of the Defence Force. But from a policy setting point of view, in addition to that, and in terms of providing support, you've got the Chief of Personnel, Lieutenant General Fox, you have the Deputy Secretary of People Group, Justine Gregg, the Mental Health and Wellbeing group that's been stood up as well. So there's a number of bodies within Defence and individuals and organisations that have a responsibility for policy setting. The Associate Secretaries group sitting above People group as well. But importantly, and I think we're talking about real people, it's the responsibility that sheets down the entire chain of command to those people that are who have a responsibility primarily for the welfare of the people they command.
Mr. Miles, do you receive any briefings from anyone within the ADF directly about the issue of ADF suicide or suicidality or mental health and well-being of the force generally?
I mean, it is a matter that I would discuss with and have discussed with both the Chief of the Defence Force, the Secretary of Defence, as I've spoken, for example, to all the service chiefs, to General Fox, about what they are seeking, their priorities this year, for example, implementing the outcome of this Royal Commission, which obviously goes to the topic you've described, is a key part of what they are focused on, and so we would talk about that. But to be clear, the person who is who spends more time on this is obviously Matt as the Minister for Defence Personnel, and he and I speak about this, and so I probably would my knowledge, my knowledge base in respect of this would be as much informed by my discussions with Matt as through anyone else, actually.
So I understand that it's it's through informal discussions with some members of the ADF that you identified, and then obviously with Minister Keogh as well, that you're informed about these issues.
Yeah, I think that's fair in terms of obviously I have an experience in terms of speaking more generally with people in the Defence Force, and I'm alive to questions of mental health, but I think that's a fair characterisation.
I think it's also important to appreciate that there are matters that concern mental health and wellbeing that have, for example, been the subject of the interim report and the government's response to that, and us developing the legislation that's currently out for exposure draft, and matters that concern funding decisions that are not public submissions that are made available to the Commission because they're part of cabinet processes, for example. So the totality of briefings that may arise are going to be broader than, say, what are necessarily in a list that's produced to the Royal Commission.
Have you been briefed then specifically on things like suicide risk factors or mental health and wellbeing survey results?
Have I? Yes.
And you, Minister Miles, through Minister Keogh?
Well, we've discussed it, but the primary place where those briefings would have happened would have been with Minister Keogh.
Can I ask, on a separate but related topic, have you, Minister Miles, received any regular briefings about the content of the hearings of this Royal Commission?
So the answer to that is yes, nowhere near as regular as Matt, and in and I know that, and you can ask the question of Minister Keogh, but I know that Matt has been receiving regular, very regular updates on the progress of the commission, but. I am certainly aware of how the commission is progressing, the sorts of issues that are being, the tenor of the evidence that's being given, the sorts of issues the commission is thinking about.
Can I ask the operator to please display DVS.0012.0001.0629 at .0630? Now, I understand that this is the list of briefs that you provided, which in fairness I do want to take you back to.
So the hard copy of that document, I believe, is in volume 1, tab 8, but it's not the document that appears on the screen.
I see, that is the list of briefs. And on the next page, is that the complete list? Does that look correct, Minister Miles?
Yes, that's the document I've got.
So I just want to clarify, it's a distinction perhaps between informal and formal briefings, but you're not formally briefed on, or at least certainly you haven't disclosed to this commission any formal briefings about ADF suicide or suicidality that you've received?
No, but that is, again, far from the totality of the information that comes to me. I mean, the way in which government operates and the way in which briefing occurs is nowhere near as binary as that. We talk to the department, and Matt and I talk a lot, and I'm much more informed in my own mind about these issues through those discussions than through the documents that form part of what we've provided.
I think I do want to make the point, and I'm just looking at the titles here, but the work of the IGADF covers reviews of suicide within the Defence Force. So it may, I don't know what's in that brief, but it's entirely possible that that does cover off issues that relate to suicide within the Defence Force. And I think
I won't ask you to speculate about what's in a document you haven't read.
No. I think you're trying to make a position that none of these documents cover that, and just looking at the title of it suggests to me that that may not necessarily be true, and I just think that should be clarified.
And do it differently. These are documents that you've produced, Minister Miles. I expect that you're familiar with the documents that you produced to this Royal Commission.
Well, some of those documents, I think actually most of those I have been copied in on. They're not. I mean, they're not briefs that have been directly to me. So, I mean, some of those I will be more familiar with than others, is the answer to that question. Have you been sort of, I'll withdraw the question. Have you been receiving any responses by Defence to notices to give, issued by this Royal Commission on a routine basis? So, ask that again.
Have you received any responses to notices to give issued to Defence throughout the course of this Royal Commission?
In terms of what Defence has provided to the Royal Commission?
In terms of Defence's response to notices to give statements?
I'm not familiar with each of those. I mean, I understand there's been a volume of them, and certainly I'm not familiar with all that's been given or not.
Have you been monitoring Defence's, for example, have you been monitoring Defence's compliance rate with the notices issued by this Commission?
Well, you've used the word rate, which implies a number, so I don't know what that number is. But the question of Defence's engagement with the Commission is a matter that we've spoken about. I've spoken about with the Commissioners, and we've made clear that that we want to see Defence being as fulsome as possible in its compliance. Now, I mean, obviously that happens within a context, and Defence is an extremely large organisation with a lot of documents, and compliance is best done by giving documents that are most relevant and most helpful.
Minister Keir, you mentioned before that you do receive particular briefings on ADF suicide and suicidality or issues related to that.
Yes.
And what have you learned through those briefings?
It's an incredibly broad question because there's a lot of learnings. Some of those briefings are the content of evidence that's provided at this Royal Commission. Some of it comes through Australian Institute of Health and Welfare reports. But I think so there's a lot to learn, and I'd be very loath to try and suggest that I can summarise all of it over the course of today, let alone in the answer to one question. But I think I think the key takeaways, and this is we saw this before we came into government, is that the rate of suicide across, particularly the veteran community, is a national tragedy, and that's why we supported the calls for the establishment of this Royal Commission. There's some particular trends in cohorts within the veteran community where we see particular prevalence of suicide, which are very concerning, but also useful to understand because it helps, I think, ultimately focus the attention of this Royal Commission and its recommendations and the work that government will need to pursue in terms of improving our supports and where that is best directed to tackle this important issue. Things like the age of Defence members, the roles that they've been in, their ranks, their gender, the way in which they've transitioned out or what caused them to transition out of Defence are all factors that have been examined and looked at to identify these cohorts. And I've also engaged with my counterparts in other countries to see how that reflects their own experiences as well. But ultimately, these are the issues that, as I said, led to us supporting the calls for this Royal Commission to be established, because we really want to get to the answers, which will be what come through the final report and the recommendations later in this year from the Royal Commission.
You mentioned specific cohorts. I'm actually very interested to hear your view about which specific cohorts you...
Well, I think the important thing is I have read the reports, but I'm not the expert. I've identified things that have been in the interim report and things that have been reported by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare and others around males under 30 that have medically discharged from, medically transitioned from Defence, being a cohort where we see a particular prevalence of rates of suicide, which is deeply concerning and troubling. And that's clearly an area where we need to, as a government, as all government, need to provide greater focus and attention on, and that we're trying to do that.
I might shift to a different topic just because we're on the topic of data and trend.
Sure.
One of the first documents that this Royal Commission received back in 2021 was a submission from Defence titled Introductory Defence Briefing. And can I ask the operator to please display STU.0001.001.5446 at .5461?
This is in volume 3, tab S.
Yes.
So it says here, the AIHW reported that the age-adjusted rate of suicide for the period 2002 to 2018 compared to the Australian community was 50% lower for male permanent serving ADF members, 49% lower for males in the reserve, 21% higher for ex-serving males, 127% or 2.27 times higher for ex-serving females. Can I ask the operator to please scroll down to the page ending .5475? Ministers, you'll see there that it says protective factors against suicide included being a current serving member. General Campbell, in his first statement to the Royal Commission, also touched on this, so I'll ask the operator to please display document ID DEF.901.001.0344_R and scroll down to the page ending .0376.
This is tab T in the same bundle.
And I'm just wishing to draw your attention to the same point that's made. Paragraph 89A comes up. I'll wait till it's displayed on the screen for fairness. It's document ID DEF.999.001. There, thank you. And at the page ending .0376. So there you'll see in paragraph 89A that protective factors against suicide and or suicidality include being a current serving ADF member. Ministers, have you been briefed to the effect that a comparison of the suicide rate among ADF members with the suicide rate in the general Australian community shows that being a currently serving member is a protective factor that reduces the risk of suicide?
So in respect of the first document you took us to, the first time I saw that document was when you provided it late last night. In terms of the factors identified by General Campbell, which are reflected there, is consistent with what I've been briefed on in other briefs, yes.
And he's making the point that the suicide rate is lower than against the general population. And, you know, I get that there, again, I know the Commission is thinking through the prism in which this is properly examined and whether, in fact, you know, it might be better to align this with employed people. Again, we're very interested in what insights the Commission comes to in respect of those questions. But obviously that particular sentence relates to the fact that's been put forward.
What do you think that's a more robust comparison? That is comparing the suicide rate between the ADF personnel with employed Australians?
I object to that for both ministers' many talents. I don't know that either of them are a statistician.
Let's clarify your status for objecting. You're not appearing for this witness.
No, I'm not.
You're appearing for the Commonwealth.
Yes, I am.
Right. Have you been given leave to cross-examine?
I have not asked for leave to cross-examine.
Okay. Do you want to say anything about that?
Well, I object to the
An
question.
objection to the question rather than to ask leave for cross-examination. Are you taking the point that this man's not an expert?
In statistics, yes. And we've had the AIHW come and give evidence, and the one question that wasn't put to them was this one.
I think it's fair to ask him for his view about it.
We just ask.
With the caveat that he's not an expert. As the Minister for Defence Personnel, I think it's fair to ask.
You asked whether this witness personally thinks it's a more robust comparison, comparing the suicide rate between ADF personnel with employed Australians. Is that a question which requires some expertise in data analysis?
No, I don't believe it does.
My respectful submission, that is exactly what it is asking. Otherwise, the evidence is meaningless.
I don't think it takes us very far to know what the Deputy Prime Minister thinks about comparative data analysis.
All I'd like to know is whether they think it's an analysis that's worthy of undertaking. Can I ask that question?
Well, I'm happy to answer that. I mean, and I think I did answer that earlier. I mean, we want to understand what's happening here, and I think is important to, have the proper kind of prism through which information is properly understood. Was actually in a conversation with the commissioners when this idea was first put into my head. Definitely not an expert in this, but definitely very keen to understand where the commission gets to in terms of how it properly interrogates and sees the data that exists, because that may well illuminate a much better understanding of what's going on and what can be done to reduce suicide. So, the short answer to the question is we are very interested in the Commission's work in this space.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's fair to say, just to build on what the Deputy Prime Minister said there, we certainly want to see what the Royal Commission, based on the expert evidence that it has gathered and is gathering, is able to say based on the data that it's able to access, but that may be cut on a multitude of different ways, whether it's compared to, as is generally done, the general population, whether it's done to, as you've suggested, employed Australians, whether it's done against particular industry cohorts which may be reflective of Defence Service in a particular way, which may bring out other insights. As we've just discussed, we're not the data experts, but we would certainly, I imagine the Royal Commission would benefit, and then we as a government would benefit from what recommendations would flow from that. And I think also not just looking at the in-service data, but it's got to be comparable to then how you deal with the veteran data as well. So, there's a whole range of factors there, no doubt, but we're not the... We want to benefit from your expert, or not your, but the expert evidence that you hear that goes to what are good comparisons, and there may be multiple comparators for different bases.
Well, as you've identified, the Royal Commission is conducting a study which focuses on comparing the serving ADF population with the rest of the employed Australian population. I'll ask the operator to please display the Royal Commission's discussion paper titled Employment SMR Methodology and highlight paragraph 27, please. Now, I do want to say a few things about this before I go to it. These are the preliminary results of the Royal Commission's analysis.
Can we just get the tab?
I don't believe it's in the bundle.
Sorry, actually, can we pull that down, please? Sorry. Can I just clarify something, please? I'd like
Go ahead.
No, I understand. This particular paragraph is able to be displayed as it's caught by a non-publication direction that was made yesterday. It's not on the tender list because the document's not being tendered, but we're able to display this aspect of it.
Have you seen
And it has been provided to, I'm instructed that it has been provided.
We have seen it, but as I said earlier, we would appreciate the witnesses being provided with a full hard copy of the document if they're going to be taken to parts of the document,
Is
particularly...
there any difficulty in getting a hard copy?
No, but it's entirely unnecessary. I could just bring it
It's
up.
only a few figures, isn't it?
It's exactly right.
The only issue with it, Commissioners, is there's already been objections raised to this line of questioning. I just want to make sure that the witnesses have a fair opportunity to understand the context in which particular parts of this discussion...
Well, let's go ahead with it at the moment. I'm fairly used to soft copies by now, and see how far we can get.
So I would like to caveat what I'm about to display, and I'd like to do it appropriately and fairly to you both. These are preliminary results of the Royal Commission's analysis. The data is currently being reviewed by Defence. However, for the purposes of this examination, I'm just going to ask you to assume the correctness of the data, and I'll ask you to then comment on some propositions that I put to you. Can I ask that paragraph 27 be displayed, please? So, Ministers, you'll see there that the Royal Commission's data shows that for the decade from 2011 to 2020, that current serving males in the permanent force of the ADF died by suicide at a rate of 30% higher than the rate for the male employed Australian population. And it was also higher for females in the permanent force of the ADF, but that the difference was not statistically significant. Ministers, just focusing on males, I take it that you're not aware of whether, I'll withdraw that question. I'll ask it this way. Ministers, assuming the correctness of the 30% higher figure, does that indicate that there does need to be a rethinking about suicide among serving ADF members?
No, I object to this because it's the same objection being cloaked in an assumption. The ministers are being asked about the validity of something and then whether or not they can draw a conclusion based on something which, to be fair, is in draft. And I take the objection on that basis.
Mr. Shaptua?
The only response I can give to it is saying I'm not asking for expert opinion. It's common sense. Common sense is not an expert opinion. So I think the questions are valid. All I'm asking is for the Minister's views about these statistics and about the Royal Commission's own study. So I would press the question.
If that be correct, to pick up on what you, Commissioner, said before, how does what these two gentlemen say about that advance the position one way or the other?
It probably doesn't, and maybe the answer is the approach adopted earlier, whether it's a line of inquiry worth pursuing rather than asking the ministers to express their opinions about the validity of the figures. You might want to reframe it that way. Not that I'm putting words in your mouth.
Please, you, Commissioner.
I'll just take a moment, if that's all right. Commissioners?
I think also there should be no problem in providing hard copies of these documents over the break.
That's also correct.
Thank you.
Can I ask this? If the analysis is correct, is it a line of inquiry worth pursuing that in and of itself, serving in the permanent forces is not a protective factor against suicide?
So I think we can go back and forth about a particular figure and and I'm not really sure that it takes us very far in the context of our expertise. And I think the important point for the Commission to hear from us, we want to understand what's going on. Is this a line of inquiry that the Commission should pursue? Definitely. Do we come to this with a set of dogma, that things are absolute facts because of how things have been understood in the past? No. We want the Royal Commission to engage in inquiry, to be curious, to use a word you used earlier, to interrogate these and to understand what's going on. That's the answer that I gave before. As a matter of questioning us, it obviously isn't fair to kind of put specifics like that in isolation, but I think it is reasonable to ask us, do we want to get to the bottom of this? The answer is most definitely yes. Does this look to us like an interesting line of inquiry that the Commission is embarking on? Of course. We're really keen to hear what the Commission has to say about this when the report comes down. And that's actually the most significant thing that we can say. Now, what we obviously expect of the Royal Commission is that there is a complete interrogation and robustness and forensicness about the way in which that data is unpacked, and which has to be the case in order for the government to respond in a meaningful way. But yes, this is a line of inquiry that should be pursued, and yes, we are very interested in what the Commission has to say.
I'll ask for your response as well, Minister Keogh.
I think the starting position on this is, are we concerned about any suicide in defence? Yes, absolutely. It's why we supported the calling of this Royal Commission. It's why we want the answers that come from this Royal Commission to understand, are there any causative factors within Defence Service that result in people taking their own life, whether they're in service or after their service. So certainly if there's ways of better understanding the data that can produce actionable recommendations for government, we want to hear them and have them pursued and understood. That's really the core of what we're concerned about and want to get about. I think I can't speak to the particular data that you've put in front of us, but in a sense, the number is sort of irrelevant. The point is suicide is an issue. We want to see it reduced or eliminated, and what recommendations can we be given that will go to that?
Can I shift to a different topic concerning data, but I'll still remain with data. I can bring up the transcript if you wish, but on this last Tuesday, the Commissioners heard from the Associate Secretary of Defence, Mr. Yiannopoulos, that, and I'll just read them out, that firstly, Defence does not have a reliable and integrated data set for incidents of sexual misconduct. Secondly, that without reliable and integrated data sets, Defence cannot effectively understand the extent of sexual misconduct within the ADF. And thirdly, that Defence cannot measure the effectiveness of policies aimed at responding to and preventing sexual misconduct without a reliable and integrated data set. Ministers, are these data limitations a major concern to you?
I don't want to comment on that evidence in isolation, but in terms of the broad issue of understanding data within Defence, those systems need to be better, absolutely. And it's a core part of, and it's a frustration that I engage with on a regular basis when trying to understand things that are going on within Defence and to understand data. And it's a frustration for people in the leadership of Defence as well. And it's a core reason for why Defence is undertaking its ERP system program to upgrade and connect its IT systems so that it moves from sort of disparate, disconnected data sets to which may not collect all of the useful data that would enable us to analyse and to understand better, to a system where we can get that information and better understand it, and also put commanders in a better position to be able to understand the information they need in their area of defence as well. It is a current shortcoming, there is no doubt about it. Defence is trying to do improvement along the way and has certainly done that in better understanding its data and setting up databases to manage that as part of moving towards this larger program, which Defence is a huge organisation. It's got many data pools, if you like, that need to be brought together, but it's certainly an issue, and it's one that I'm very keen, and I'm sure the Deputy Prime Minister is very keen to see resolved as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I don't think any large organisation's IT projects, whether government or private sector, ever go to time.
Those specific data limitations must be of concern to you, correct?
They absolutely are of concern.
And you'd accept that without reliable and robust data, Defence cannot effectively manage incidents of sexual misconduct within the ADF?
I think there's two different issues. So in terms of how Defence is able to manage individual circumstances of misconduct, that is a different issue as to how it is able to understand what is happening across the organisation systemically. And certainly in terms of getting an understanding of systemic issues, it's had to do a lot more, say, manual processing of data to understand that than would be ideal. But in terms of managing individual instances, I don't think the data set understanding is an inhibitor.
I accept that. And Minister Keogh, have you ever been briefed on those specific data limitations?
Yes.
On those ones given by the Associate Secretary?
Oh, I can't speak to what his evidence was, but in terms of the general issues about understanding, how the outcomes of discipline systems are recorded in data sets and how they're available and who they're available to, and how we're able to then interrogate that data to get system-wide views of what are occurring. I have been briefed on those limitations.
But have you been specifically briefed on the limitations with, for example, that there is no reliable and integrated data set for incidents of sexual misconduct?
I wouldn't put it in those terms, but I don't know exactly what was being interrogated in that previous evidence.
The evidence stands on its own.
Sure.
The evidence was that Defence does not have a reliable and integrated data set for incidents of sexual misconduct. I'm asking you whether you've ever
Oh,
been
okay.
briefed.
Yes. So I think I can. Yes. That would likely be correct, given the breadth of what is covered by the concept of misconduct, sexual or otherwise, being from management, what would in the civilian sector be regarded as management issues, all the way through to what would be serious criminal issues. And because there are different databases that manage those different things, whether administrative action is taken, whether criminal action is taken, whether something is dealt with as what we would regard in civilian street as a management decision, they are in different systems. They're not integrated. That's correct, and that does present some difficulties.
But what I wanted to know was, have you ever been briefed
On that issue? Yes.
So I guess that leads me to then ask, what steps did you then take, having been briefed with that information?
So the steps that I've taken has been to ask, well, what is happening about improving that situation? And that's where I spoke about the ERP program, which is already in place to develop to resolve those issues and many other issues, but it will address those issues as well.
And that's the ERP program?
That's my understanding, yes.
Does it follow from those data limitations that the data which you have received regarding sexual misconduct in the ADF paints an incomplete picture?
That's entirely possible, but as I said, that data is in certain places. It's more about bringing it together to inform briefs that may come to me or the Deputy Prime Minister or anyone else.
Minister Miles, one of the documents that you disclosed to the Commission is a ministerial background brief, I think titled Defence's Sexual Misconduct Cross-Jurisdictional Statistical Comparison, which was a response to your request for statistics. I just would like to ask the background to that. In making that request, am I correct that you were trying to understand the extent of the problem of sexual misconduct in the ADF?
Can I just interrupt? This is in Volume 1, tab 24.
Sorry, could you ask the question again?
Yes. So in making that request, am I correct that you were trying to understand the problem of sexual misconduct in the ADF?
Yes, and contextualise it.
And can I then ask, having received that brief, what steps did you then take to reduce the actual problem of sexual misconduct in the ADF?
Well, I mean, there were not specific steps that flowed from the receiving of this brief. Clearly acts of sexual misconduct are, unacceptable, and we want to see them reduced. What we were seeking to understand here was some context around the figures.
Minister Keogh, you accepted before that it's possible that the data that you've been provided paints an incomplete picture of the prevalence of sexual misconduct within the ADF. How can you be assured that Defence is then providing a safe environment for its men and women?
Well, I don't think the two things, one doesn't flow to the other, but they're two different things. So I guess, at around the same time as this briefing, which actually highlights the point I was making about being able to bring together aggregating different data sets, because you can see the change in data set that's used, or the classification of data was bringing together different data sets at the table under paragraph 5 on that brief. But at the same time, around this time, we were fresh into government. What I was doing was interrogating, well, what are the programs that are in place in Defence that go to these issues of sexual misconduct, understanding the breadth of how Defence understand and use that terminology, the programs that they have in place to reduce and prevent that from occurring? What are the circumstances? How are people dealt with when there are allegations made? Where can people get access to support? What improvements have been made in those systems, and what improvements are already planned in those areas?
I might have misunderstood your answer to my previous question, but is it your evidence that sexual misconduct in the ADF is not connected with providing a safe work environment in the ADF?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Obviously, making sure that there's not sexual misconduct occurring relates to whether it's a safe workplace.
So I'll go back to the previous question that I asked you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just ask you to answer that question.
What was that question?
I'll ask it again. Given that you accepted earlier that it's possible that the data you've received paints an incomplete picture of the prevalence of sexual misconduct within the ADF, how can you be assured that Defence is providing a safe work environment for its men and women?
So I guess there's two different, one is a systemic issue, one is an incident issue. So am I concerned that there may be an incomplete picture? Absolutely, and that's something we're trying to get about resolving, and that's what the ERP program is in part directed to resolve. In terms of the systemically providing a safe workplace, whether it's in relation to sexual misconduct or other areas, that is a system setting and policy setting issue, which is, as I was speaking to you about, that was what I was interrogating, understanding what are the programs, what are the policy settings, what are the supports made available. One of the things that's very important, though, that we have done, which was following the Respect at Work report that came from the Australian Human Rights Commission, was implement a defence-specific Respect at Work implementation for defence, because we had to recognise, in the same way that there's a degree of bespoke implementation of occupational health and safety in the defence environment, when defence is on operations, necessarily there has to be a different approach. We also wanted to make sure that what we were implementing across all workplaces across Australia in this regard, that defence wasn't excluded from that, but making sure that we had a program that would be available to serving personnel, be available to the public servants in defence, be available to contractors that are working in defence, so that they have the same protections available to them. And that included setting up the availability of separate reporting lines for these sorts of issues to seek assistance, to make sure that these issues are addressed with properly in the same way and with the same expectation that we have for all workplaces in Australia.
Can I ask, come a little bit differently? How confident are you that Defence sufficiently understands the extent and impact of sexual misconduct within the ADF?
I'd be very surprised if anyone who's ever engaged with me or the Deputy Prime Minister in Defence on this issue has any misunderstanding about our seriousness about it.
Not the seriousness of it, but the extent of it. How sufficiently confident are you that Defence understands the extent of sexual misconduct within the ADF?
Well, they would have access to the same data sets that we do and would see that.
Commissioners, I'm going to move to a different topic. I note the time, though. I was just wondering if you had any questions for the ministers at this time, given that we're shortly to break.
I think we're going to leave our questions till the end. If you wanted to break slightly earlier for lunch, and we can come back a bit earlier.
Given that I'm moving to a different topic, I think that might actually be preferable.
Okay, thank you. We'll adjourn for lunch then, for an hour.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned till 2:15. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Shepton.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ministers, one issue that this Royal Commission's really grappling with is how to effect change quickly within Defence. That's something that I think we can certainly ask you and you would have some valuable insights for us into how that might occur and what might be some of the barriers to effecting change within Defence. We know that Defence is very capable of acting quickly and swiftly. So one of the examples that you spoke about this morning was the Enterprise Resource Planning Program. Now, there's a level of frustration, I suppose, within the Commission because that's something that has been around for some time. Just by reference to that, and I know it's a priority, I'd be really grateful for your insights into some of the barriers that perhaps that are faced by Defence and perhaps even more broadly within your department in bringing this change more swiftly.
The ERP specifically?
Yeah.
Well, I can speak to that to some degree. And I think I think we all share the frustration the Commission was probably feeling about the time that it takes for that program to be implemented. I think people across Defence share that frustration, frankly, as well. And as I mentioned before, any large IT procurement, whether it's in government, whether it's in the private sector, have problems. And certainly I think this is an example of where the intent is the correct one and the benefits to come from it will be, I think, realised and helpful. The difficulty is when you're taking IT systems and data systems that have been built up organically in different ways in different parts of Defence to do, at the time, seemingly different things, but which we would now look at as being related things. And I think the way we looked at IT procurement and IT systems 20 years ago versus now are different, and the technology we had available 20 years ago to now is different, and the speed in which you can implement those systems is different. So when that's the environment that you're then looking to try and bring together under one system, just scoping out what is that environment, where are all those data sets, how do they have to interact with each other, and seeing that, if you like, scope of work increase as you learn more in the process of doing it necessarily results in delays and blowout in timing and scope of the work. No one loves that. Certainly not us in government, and I don't think anyone across Defence, but it's sort of it's the ordinary consequence of what is a big but very important project.
That's by reference to, I mean, it's a really complex, difficult project, that one. If there is, in circumstances where there are whether it's sometimes very slow, I'll withdraw that. In circumstances where it's readily apparent that a program or something is sort of blowing out in times, are there any steps that the government can take to assist with that, and what are those steps that might be able to be taken?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's a good question, and it's one that we spend a lot of time grappling with, and it's good that the Commission's grappling with it too, because trying to get some answer to this is going to be important in terms of implementing the Commission's recommendations, but more generally. I'll do my best to answer. I feel like some of what I'm about to say is going to sound kind of tried and basic. Obviously, it's a very big organisation. Point one. Point two, I have described my issues around what I've talked about as the culture, and I've given my evidence about that. That does not translate to me thinking that people in Defence are hopeless. In fact, that's the wrong conclusion. I'm continually impressed by the quality of the people that I'm dealing with, both in the department and in the Defence Force generally, but including very much the hierarchy of the Defence Force. So this is not a question around the kind of the quality of the humans involved. The quality of the humans involved is high. So, and I can't, and quite often the kind of, when one tries to pull this apart and analyse it, one ends up going to that conclusion. That is wrong. There are very bright people who are around. I think, in specific answer to your question, to push change through a large organisation, it seems to me at least, requires consistency and requires kind of constant, accountability, but constantly constant update, if you like, making sure that there are clear milestones going forward and that those milestones are being met. No, you can keep the thing on track, whatever that thing is. That does require consistency and constancy. Again, part of why I diagnosed the problem in the way that I did about the churn of ministers is that at the very highest level there hasn't been that constancy, and that's not Defence's fault. So I think that is part of it as well. I think it is really important for the Commission to be thinking this stuff through. I think, this is not me giving you evidence that I think these are more questions than answers, but we have a rotation cycle of people through jobs. Is that the right time frame? Like when somebody's in a particular job for a given amount of time and then they go to another job, does that then lead to a circumstance where they don't have accountability for whatever it is over a longer period of time, and these things might take a longer period of time? I'm not sure, but that's certainly a question that I've asked, and I think that is something that is worth kind of thinking through. But I guess to bring it back to the question you asked us, what can we do? I think, well, firstly, what we seek to provide constancy in terms of who's sitting in these chairs, but we making sure that there are key milestones as best we can and that we are getting reports back against them is how we're doing this. But it's a challenge.
Yeah, I take it from what you were saying that the relationship. Sorry, I'll withdraw that. One of the issues that we're grappling with is that integration level between government and the ADF. So I take it from what you were saying that one of the key things, apart from the constancy, is the relationships that exist as between CDF and, for example, and the minister, and the constancy of that.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I'm making that's not a complaint of Defence. That's a complaint of what's been going on in government. I mean the Defence have had to deal with a rotating door of ministers, and I think that has been an issue for them.
Did you have any additional thoughts on that point, Minister Keogh?
I don't have anything to add to what the Deputy Prime Minister's mentioned there.
Can I ask you some questions about the Veterans Ministerial Council, however? Because that's another thing the Commission's grappling with. It's been around in one form or other for quite some time. Perhaps to put it bluntly, there haven't been a number of positive action steps to come out of the council. What do you think can be done in that space, and you're chair of that council? What could be done in that space to improve state and territory collaboration, and so we're getting positive outcomes for veterans coming out of it?
Yeah, so I can't really speak to how it operated before I became the minister, but and therefore its output. But certainly, I think since I've become minister, and we've now had a couple of meetings of the Ministerial Council, the key thing that it's able to provide is a way for the federal government, the state governments, territory governments, to come together to agree priorities where we need work done by our departments in coordination. So, as you'd appreciate, as a Commonwealth government, I can't make any state government do anything. But there's certainly things where state governments identify they could provide better service to veterans, or indeed serving personnel, if they had certain access to certain data, or if they had a way of getting a sense of cohorts in their communities. And there's things that we identify at a national level that we think we would be better placed, and indeed states and territories better placed, to understand certain needs for support or service for veterans and to some extent serving personnel as well, if they were able to capture data using their existing systems in the way that they are already serving veterans, whether that's because they have a specialist veteran service or because veterans are also part of the community and they access community services provided by state governments. And so certainly looking at the time that I've been chairing the committee, we've looked at not just sharing information about, for example, when the interim report was handed down from the Royal Commission and what government was at a federal level was doing in response to that and what we've been doing with legislative reform, but also looking at how the states could assist with our assistance dogs program, where there were some states that didn't have breeders or trainers in those states. What we can do to capture some data around veterans with children in schools. We don't know anything about that and whether that's an issue. How veterans engage in the criminal justice system. We have some information in some states, but not in others. Information around, or the capacity of states, for example, to be able to support serving personnel, where ordinarily you need to be able to identify a fixed place of address in order to enrol your child in a school, which you may not know yet because you don't have that information from Defence Housing Authority, but you know you're going to be in a particular area and you'd like to enrol your kids in the school before you get there. How can the states assist on that front? So there's a range of those sorts of actions that we're trying to, if you like, coordinate and get high-level agreement at an intergovernmental level through the council, which then is dealt with at a collaborative sense between the agency, at an agency level between state and Commonwealth.
Yes, because I take it that, as you said, the Commonwealth can't actually make states and territories do anything, but is it the purpose then of the council under your tenure, is it then to agree sort of common principles and a common approach to these sort of what you see the fundamental issues facing veterans, and then leave it, and then does that then go back to the state governments as, well, this is what we think ought to happen?
It's a way for us all to come together, and it reflects the work that's done by ministerial councils in lots of different portfolios, where there are going to be overlaps in the way that in terms of what the Commonwealth Government does or what the states do, and particularly where there might be benefit from seeing states do the same thing, so where they may not be doing the same thing. So one of the issues that we've started looking at now is that different states have a different range of either concessions or benefits or supports that they provide, either serving personnel or veterans. I can't make any one state provide a discount or a support or whatever, what have you, but we don't even have any clear transparency about what they are at a national level to support veterans in accessing them, or for even other states to consider, well, if some states are doing this, maybe we should get into that space. And there are some things that are properly in the realm of what the state government should do, but we're identifying as an issue at a national level as the government that has primary responsibility for supporting veterans, that we can engage with the states on how they can assist us doing that.
Because the harmonisation of veteran concessions, which I think is what you're referring to, that's another issue, I suppose, that at the Commonwealth level has been around for some time. How is that something that in 2024, that sort of at the end of this year, we're able to actually improve that situation?
Well, as I say, I can't make the states or territories do anything, but what I can do is use my convening power as the chair of that committee to bring states together to share information about what they do, so it's clear to the veteran community and families what they can get access to in various states, and that's important also for serving personnel. People move around the country a lot more than they used to 50 years ago, for example, to understand what benefits are there, and that may have an influence then on what states and territories may choose to provide that support. And that's an important element of a convening power. That's not a formal power or decision-making that I can do, but I think it's useful and of benefit to serving personnel, veterans and families for us to come together and look at those issues.
And how often do you think that the council should meet, or would be productive for the council to meet per year?
I think it varies on the agenda, and thus far we've met once a year. We're looking at meeting potentially more regularly this year, but they may not be necessarily all in-person meetings.
Are there any other, apart from what we've just been discussing, are there any other sort of barriers that you've identified that perhaps this commission could assist with in terms of the Ministerial Veterans Council and its effectiveness?
I don't regard it as an ineffective body, but I'm just very clear-eyed, I guess, about what ministerial councils as an intergovernmental interface can do in the construct of a federation. You know, I've got a convening power, I can bring people together, we can have a discussion, we can make sure that there's clearer ways for information to pass between Commonwealth and federal, Commonwealth and state territory governments. Issues can be identified in both directions through those forums, and we can provide, sort of similar to what the Deputy Prime Minister was talking about in terms of how do we push reform and work activity through our respective departments. Similarly, when you have a body like this coming together, that is also a way for driving those discussions to occur between state and territory and between the national government and state and territory governments, because there's that constancy of oversight and direction and movement forward. But I think when you're clear-eyed about what a ministerial council does and how it can do that, I don't see anything immediately. But if there are things that the Royal Commission is coming across, then I'm very open to looking at those, whatever may come out in the recommendations.
I'd like to get your views on something that was suggested to us in Victoria about the council. Can I ask the operator to bring up DAA.0001.0001.0019, and it was at recommendation 5. And I might just ask you to...
Can you give me the letter code in your bundle number?
I can.
The number for what that is?
The doc ID or the tender bundle?
The tender bundle number.
I don't have that, I'm sorry, but I think your council may. I'm happy to give you the doc ID again, if that assists.
I believe it's volume 3, tab N on the tender bundle list.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, it's tab E, volume 2, tab E.
Yes?
Oh, and it was just recommendation 5, thank you, operator. Yeah, so it was an overarching national veterans strategy. I was just wondering if you could, I'll have a moment to read that and then perhaps provide the commissioners with your comments, just on whether you think it's a good idea or not.
The thing that would occur to me about this, and it sort of goes to some of those issues I was talking about that come up at the National Veterans Council, is that it implies that there are state bodies that do this work. Now, constitutionally, the Commonwealth Government has all the responsibility for supporting and looking after veterans. The states can also do that, and it's great where they're involved in that, and it's quite variable from state to state and territory to territory how they do that. The concept, I guess, of handover between state federal departments would, I guess, one, depends on what exists and what the nature of those services are in states and territories. Two, whether states and territories really want to take on some of that responsibility. But I think the extent, and this is some of the work that we do at the National Ministerial Council, that we understand better the coordination of services. And some of the ex-service organisations have been doing this mapping exercise as well, and I think they've been actually doing some of that for the Royal Commission, which is really important. It's not just about government services, but mapping all of the services that are available to veterans in any particular area of different types, and how we engage with those and make sure that veterans are able to access those services. And I guess, in part, that's sort of what our Veterans and Families Hubs program is about, providing an opportunity and a place for veterans and families to go to then access those other services, whether they're services funded by the Department of Veterans Affairs or directly provided by us or by a state body or by an ex-service organisation or some other service provider.
So overall, can I just sort of understand, like, do you think there's merit in the proposal, but there are difficulties?
I think if just looking at bullet point 1, in terms of trying to create a national strategy that's about what the Commonwealth might do and what states might do, there are varying degrees of engagement and, not to say they're not engaged with the issue, but service provision at state and territory levels. And so trying to agree what that would necessarily be between all jurisdictions certainly would be a great thing if we could get to it, but I can see some practical difficulty, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't look at it.
I suppose that's one of the key barriers facing the Ministerial Council is getting common agreement among all the states and territories, isn't it?
I mean, I think just because of the nature of the work that we do in the veteran space in particular, where it is predominantly, if not in some areas almost exclusively, a Commonwealth responsibility, where states are engaged on this, it's really up to the states to what extent they want to be engaged in it, and we absolutely support and encourage that engagement, and it's great to see. And so far in my engagement in the Ministerial Council, the engagement from my state counterparts in these issues has been very supportive. But the thing I'm identifying is that because that responsibility does sit at a national government level, there's a degree of variability across the states and territories, and I don't take any umbrage at them for that. It's different circumstances in different states and territories.
You mentioned before, or you touched on it before, it was about data collection. Another issue that this Commission's considering is the identification of veterans. Have you come across the concept of a veteran identifier?
I've come across the concept of it, but I'm aware of probably around 3 different ways in which that term is used to mean 3 different concepts.
Is there just, actually I think it would actually assist the Commissioners to know what are those concepts?
Sure. So at one level, some people have proffered the idea that we should have a single number that is accessible and used by every veteran and accessing every service across Australia and states and territories and everything else. And that would cause some historical difficulty insofar as the way in which, say, veterans were numbered in Veterans Affairs is different to how they receive a number in defence, and that there's certain transition points and things like that. There's also just the idea of being able to identify a veteran. So, and I know this has come up from the state of Victoria in particular, where they've developed their own sort of veterans card, and we've done a lot of work in assisting them with that in terms of some back-end systems that already exist in being able to verify if someone says they're a veteran, do they hold a gold card, white card or orange card, and that provides very good service in that way, provided that they are a known client to the Department of Veterans Affairs. The other thing that's come up that's been raised is this idea of being able to, without the knowledge of the veteran, identify that they are a veteran. So, for example, if they were accessing a health service, they're going into a hospital, whether it's an emergency department or going into a doctor or whomever, that there be like an indicator on their Medicare card that said this person's a veteran. The difficulty and the idea behind that being that then that would be like a red flag to the people in the hospital or the doctor or the medical provider. Oh, this person's a veteran. They can get these additional services through DVA, or they'll be funded in this way, and to make sure they can get connected to other additional services. And that might be then also useful in an aged care setting, or if they're being incarcerated, for example. The difficulty in terms of the feedback I've received, and I'd be interested to know what feedback the Royal Commission's received on this, is that veterans, like many Australians, can be very protective about information about them, and for some that their time in service may be many decades ago and they don't regard themselves or want to be known as a veteran. And then you've also got the completeness of information that you're relying on for that, because out of the 581,000 people that identified themselves as being in service or being ex-service in the 2021 census, only about 290,000 of those are clients of DVA. Now, there's varying reasons for why there's a gap there. Some of it will be they haven't required any assistance, they didn't go to DVA, they're living very happy and prosperous, successful careers and lives without being a DVA client. Some have been put off because they did try to make a claim with DVA and were not successful and have been put off with the experience that they had with DVA, and that's very sad and sad but understandable. And there are also some that, because of the experience of someone else they know, were put off with by ever engaging with DVA. And there's a cohort as well where they are now entitled to service from DVA but weren't entitled at the time that they left Defence and are unaware that they can now get some service and support from DVA. And I try to talk about that in media appearances and other things, and the department tries to advertise that, and so we can gather that information and make sure people are aware of what they could potentially be entitled to and the support that they can receive. But there is that gap that does exist.
Of the three concepts that you sort of mentioned, is there one that sort of leaps out to you as being something that is achievable?
I think certainly in terms of states wanting, where a state or to some extent even a local government wants to provide additional assistance or support or discounts or whatever it is to a veteran, and they need to verify that the person who claims to be a veteran is a veteran, they can do that by the veteran present, either just based on the face of I'm holding a gold card or a white card, or there is the back-end computer system that can verify that in the same way that driver's licences are verified, or you can verify that someone has a pensioner concession card through Centrelink. Now, as I identified that gap before, one of the advantages of using that system is that where, say, for example, someone goes to the state of Victoria and says, I'm a veteran, I want a discount on my boat registration. I think that's one of the discounts they have. And they say, well, you need to prove you're a veteran. Do you have a white card? Oh, no, I've never registered with DVA. Well, that actually then encourages the person to go and register with DVA. So they become known to us, they get access to non-liability mental health care straight off the bat. They may look at what other services that they could usefully utilise and be supported by that they may need, they may not need. So it sort of starts to close that gap usefully because they're being encouraged by a system that being operated by a state government, for example. But I think the important thing, it leaves in the power of the veteran whether they are identifying themselves as a veteran or not.
Well, that's one of the things that's been suggested to us, was that essentially the possibility of an opt-in process, it was specifically suggested to us at the point of discharge, as in when someone's leaving the ADF.
And certainly we now, and I think from about 2016, 17, serving personnel are encouraged to register for a white card when they start with service, because anyone who's done 1 day's full-time service in the Defence Force is entitled to a white card. And that way they are also known to DVA straight off the bat. If they have a need to put in an additional claim, they've already got through that first step of identifying themselves as a veteran. And so it makes further processing of claims much more streamlined. And there is also a process where we're encouraging people when they go through transition as part of the transition seminar program and so forth, to encourage them to not only register for a white card, but also to lodge any claims that they think they may have with DVA if they haven't already. We try to encourage people now to lodge those claims whilst they're in service, so that they don't experience any gap between when they leave Defence and transition out through to when they are able to access services through the Department of Veterans Affairs.
I suppose one of the issues with that is the gap that you identified previously, is that some members will not want to take out the DVA white card necessarily.
And that's entirely up to them.
Is there any, sorry, I'll withdraw that. You mentioned earlier that there was an issue with the data sets and potentially, in the sense that different numbers correspond to different...
Yes, so what I was referring to is that service numbers in Defence didn't automatically carry over to DVA for a period. Now they do. So people get a service number and a DVA.
But so is that sort of a key barrier to the identification, to a national veteran identifier?
Well, we already have a national identifier and DVA card. From that sense, in that sense, there is a national ID card program that enables someone to identify themselves with a veteran, because they either carry a gold card or a white card, and if people want to avail themselves of that, they can. And that is then proof that they're a veteran, but it leaves with their power as to whether they wish to identify as a veteran or not. certainly, you want to buttress that with making sure that veterans know that they should identify the benefit of identifying themselves as a veteran, especially if they're accessing health services, but equally that it's useful for health services, and this is part of our engagement with states and territories, for example, to ask, not just have you been involved in a motor vehicle accident, are you a veteran?
So do you think, I take it from what you're sort of saying, that a separate card or something would not necessarily be a good idea, but rather it's using the existing framework of a DVA white card that might actually assist to...
I can see why, because of the operation, and we're seeing more and more state governments now have their own sort of MyGov, My Service online offerings, that it may be of an administrative convenience for there to be within that particular state a system where they have their own card, whether it's a physical card or a virtual card, for them when they're operating that system. The point I would make is that that's easily, it is relatively easy for that system to piggyback off the back of whether you hold a DVA card or not, and that provides you your national link-through system of identifying yourself as a veteran.
So that would be the best way of approaching it.
It's whether there's a better way. I'm not closed to whether there's a better way, but it seems to be the most complete way we have at the moment. And when someone comes to us, to the Department of Veterans Affairs to obtain a white card on the basis that they've done one day full-time service, we already have the information passed through to confirm that with the Department of Defence, for example, their service records and everything else.
Can I shift to just a slightly different topic about veterans organisations? Again, one of the issues that we've been grappling with is within this commission is the sheer size and fragmentation of that cohort. And therefore there's an absence of a unified voice, is that correct? What do you think about the solution of a peak body being established to provide some uniform voice or an attempt at a uniform voice to government?
The first thing I'd just say is that I don't think we should assume there's a uniform views held by all veterans. And that's within cohorts, let alone between cohorts of veterans. So with that caveat, I think any body purporting to represent veterans needs to be clear about which veterans it represents or to which extent it's able to convey the views of the breadth of the veterans that it represents. I think government would be greatly benefited, and not just at a federal level, but state levels as well, by there being an organisation that's able to bring together disparate views and convey them in a consolidated way to government. I don't think that would then be, I don't see that as a monopoly on veteran views. But certainly I know ex-service organisations across Australia have been engaging with each other about how that could work and what it might look like. I have gone and met with the peak body for ex-service organisations in the United Kingdom to understand how they've operated, and that's an interesting journey in and of itself, because they had two peak bodies for a period of time, which they then eventually brought together, and they've had to find some innovative governance models to ensure that there's a broad representation of veterans and veteran organisations, recognising that there can be understandably disparate views across the veteran community. But certainly, very much looking forward to seeing anything that the Royal Commission recommends or produces out of that. And it's why I know the ESOs have been looking at that in Australia, and my department's looking to fund some research around how that could look going forward, subject to views that may come out of this Royal Commission, because we think it would be quite beneficial.
But just having the benefit of your experience here today, and having done that trip to the UK, are there any, what are the key barriers that you see? I've noted the fact that there's no uniform view, but are there any other sort of key barriers that you see to the creation of a peak body?
Well, I think things that they would need to be, in a sense, this is a better question asked of the ex-service community, because they live and breathe some of these barriers on a regular basis. But I think certainly my sense is that people don't want to see an existing body sort of assume the mantle of being the peak body. I think, as I sort of alluded to before, you need to make sure that whatever the governance, decision-making, policy structures are within that organisation provide a mechanism to reflect the breadth of views across the veteran community in Australia. And if that's not there, then I think it's very difficult to get buy-in from organisations and for the veteran community to feel like that organisation is representing their views accurately. And I think they're probably the key things. And related to that is ensuring that no one group or cohort dominate the body. I'm sure there are other things that have come up in the course of the Royal Commission as well.
Can I just ask about the UK example? Did you see something there that worked well or that didn't work well?
I think what I saw that worked well is that they bring together not just the views of, if you like, member-based organisations at a sort of member level, but also have ways of engaging with service providers, and the way in which they provide a useful touch point for government to engage with, say, an issue that government can see and to get some relatively quick, direct feedback on whether those issues are being perceived in the veteran community or the service provider community and how they are generating and things to be done. Not to say that you would just go there, but that they can become a quick opportunity for government to have that external engagement to the department, or in the UK's case, the office.
Is that to assist with the formulation of policy directed at veterans?
To assist with policy formulation, to sort of, if you like, provide a way of kicking tyres of issues that might be coming to you as a government or as a minister. Or, we've had one organisation raise this. Are you guys seeing this across the board? As I say, it's not an exclusive way of doing it, and I don't think it would ever be seen as this is the only way we're consulting. But it's useful to have that that is doing a body like that that's representative and sort of has a bit of policy grunt to it as well.
And would you recommend that the UK model be adopted in Australia, or?
I mentioned before that the current body in the UK came out of the conglomeration of two existing sort of federations as they were. So I think the genesis of that body and its governance model is a product of that. So I wouldn't say you could just pick that up and drop that down. But the issues that they've had to confront are relevant. But I think, as I mentioned before, there's no point you can't just create a peak body. There's got to be buy-in from the sector. The veterans have to support it. They have to feel like their views are represented, both to some extent. You'll never get 100%, but at an individual veteran level and at an organisational level across the breadth of organisations in terms of who they represent, what they do, where they are geographically, the nature of the organisations. And if you don't get that, and therefore you don't get the buy-in, it won't be effective.
So really, straight off the bat, you need representation from each state at a minimum, really.
I don't hold a fixed view on that either way. I'm very open to seeing what advice comes, because some ex-service organisations operate a federated model themselves already. Some don't.
And DVA is also conducting research into this issue as well?
So we're looking at standing up some research now to look at engaging with ex-service organisations and others, and we're doing that in a way that sort of times in when we would expect to receive recommendations from the Royal Commission as well, so that we're benefited from those views.
Can I ask now about Veterans Hubs?
Yeah.
So I understand that that's a program that started in 2019. I think there are now 8 Veterans Hubs around the country. Is that correct?
In train or open, yes.
7, and then there's the 8th underway. What's the long-term view for those hubs?
So the intention of the hubs, which we've engaged as veteran and family hubs, is that they provide a physical and to some extent virtual presence close to where we see the largest conglomerations of veterans in Australia, where they can go not just to access, say, DVA services, but to access other services that support veterans in place, in the physical place, or be referred to other services that they may need or require. The model, now that sounds quite generic, and that's intentional because what the veteran community in Townsville may need is going to differ to what the veteran community in Rockingham may need, because they're quite different sets of veterans communities, and they're going to be different again to say what the Tweed needs. And so I've been doing forums in each of those locations to meet with ex-service organisations and veterans to hear about what services they think would be best suited to in their hubs or available through their hubs and so forth. But the idea is that it becomes a bit of a one-stop shop for a family member, and that's really important because family members are often the first responder to a veteran that's in need, and the veteran may themselves not have recognised that they're in need. But for a family member or a veteran to be able to go to access or be referred to one of a range of services that they may require, whether that's advocacy with a claim to DVA, welfare support, employment support, social connectedness programs, and there's a wide variety of different programs that are going to be operating from or be referred from the various hubs.
And in terms of, I suppose one of the things that we're also grappling with is the hubs program was a capital infrastructure program. It doesn't have any ongoing funding, does it? So how can we be assured of the long-term success of the hubs without that funding?
Certainly, and this was an issue that was raised with me coming in to government. It was a concern, and so the approach that I can't speak to how the previous government ran the program, but certainly for us, it is a capital program, but where we do allow some of the money to be used for what you might call the initial operating costs, so that it can get off the ground and start running and operating and providing services and referrals, etc. So it doesn't all just have to be spent on a building, for example. The other thing is that we've required, in identifying the proponents that will operate these hubs in various locations, they've been required to provide a business case for assessment by government before a grant is allocated. And so one of the key criteria against which those business cases are assessed is ongoing sustainability of operating that hub. And so those providers have had to provide what they see as their pathway forward to moving towards a sustainable funding model. And I think one of the things to be borne in mind there is that for a number of these hubs, and as I say, they do vary from location to location, they are having located within them variations of medical service providers. And those medical service providers are services that are funded by DVA as well. So the business case can be built around supporting some of those things that are services that DVA funds separately, because we fund it for a veteran and then it operates from the hub, and that assists the sustainability of the operation of the hub.
Is there any, I'll withdraw that, are there review mechanisms in place? So for example, every couple of years, hubs review to ensure its ongoing effectiveness, so it's not just left to...
Yeah, so there's a couple of things for that. So for each of our hubs, there are, since we've come into government, so the hubs we're rolling out, there are, over the course of the funding agreement, which can be up to sort of 5 years, there are annual engagements around making sure that they're delivering on the intent. The other thing we did, though, that we funded in our first budget in October of 2022 was some backbone services that weren't there before, which was about bringing together key learnings and assessments of the hubs that were already in existence and the hubs that are now being created, so that the department had better visibility of what's working, what's not working. That can then also be shared with all of the hubs, so that we don't see a repetition of things. No, don't do that, that doesn't work. But also this thing's proving to be very successful, and you guys should all know about that. So we're trying to buttress that element, so they're not just out there on their own.
And I suppose, will that involve the introduction of some sort of formal review mechanism at some point for each of these?
So under the ones that we're rolling out, there's annual reviews over the life of the grant program, which is around 5 years.
Can I return just to one issue about the peak body? If a peak body were instituted, if it did sort of get up, in terms of ESORT and the NFRC, how do you envisage that changing?
I can't be definitive in that because it would depend on how the peak body ultimately ended up being set up and how it looked like. But I think the distinction here is that the organisations that exist currently under the National Consultative Framework for the Department of Veterans Affairs, so that's the Ex-Service Organisation Roundtable, the Female Veterans Forum, the Veteran Families Forum, the Young Veterans Forum, the forums that are run by the Deputy Commissioners in each state with ex-service organisations, they are direct advisors or consultative bodies to the department. That's quite different to, say, the Ministerial Advisory Council that I'm looking to establish. It would be a direct advisor to me. And then how that would interact with a peak body, I don't know yet. And it might be that a representative from that peak body always sits on the Ministerial Advisory Council or always sits on the ex-service organisation roundtable. I should note that we are also doing a review of that framework overall. One, because we're looking to bring in a Ministerial Advisory Council, which I announced as part of the pathway in February last year, but also because that framework is now a bit long in the tooth. So, for example, when I became Minister, we didn't have a separate Female Veterans Forum and a separate Veteran Family Forum. We had a Female Veterans and Families Forum, which are actually two different things. And so we've split that, but we do want to do an overarching holistic review. We'll be consulting with the veteran community about that towards the middle of the year. We're currently consulting on the exposure draft for the legislation for simplification and harmonisation of veterans legislation. We didn't want to be overburdening the veteran community with consulting on both at exactly the same time, so that will follow on from what happens with the legislation. That timing will also mean that if there's, I think, commentary or recommendations that come out of the Royal Commission, we're able to take that into account as well as in the finalisation of that framework.
So it would require really a complete refreshment of the existing structure there to incorporate the peak body.
We're intending to do that anyway, and we want to really looking forward to seeing what, one, the recommendations are around a peak body, and two, if there's any commentary on the existing structures for engagement and consultation that we have and how they may feed into each other. So we're very open to it. I don't have a fixed view.
Minister Miles, can I ask you one final question? It's a very broad one. In terms of going forward and affecting change within defence, is there anything in particular that leaps out to you that the government could really do to assist that including in terms of assisting in implementing this Royal Commission's recommendations?
Specifically to this Royal Commission?
If you'd like to limit it that way.
It is a broad question. I mean, so if I was to try and distill this down into a kind of crystallised thought across defence more generally, the place needs consistency. That's my kind of 21 months into the job, as it were. The one thing that is crying out to me is the place needs consistency. So that, and I think that's a general comment across all of what's happening in defence, but it would apply to this as well. And you know why it needs consistency is because consistency is the best hope of follow through. As long as there is a churn and there are changes, and there's no hope of follow through. So that is consistency is really important. I think to kind of then be a bit more specific about the commission. As a matter of, I guess, philosophy, commitment, where we are coming from, the calling for the Royal Commission, the implementation of the interim report is utterly fundamental to kind of what we are seeking to be as a government. I know that, again, can kind of sound trite, and there's really no way of holding me to account for that, but history will. But we are really genuinely committed to it. If I can kind of be crass a bit and speak as a politician, there is we are completely politically committed to this. I mean, one of the things that's important about a Royal Commission is that in spending the considerable amount of time that has been spent on airing these issues, it creates a kind of a political imperative. I mean this in a good way, for action to occur, and you want a government to feel that, and we do feel that. What I'm trying to say is we need to follow through and put in place the thrust of what this commission recommends. I mean, we need to do that because that's what we need to do for veterans. We will need to do that politically. There's a virtuous cycle here, is what I'm trying to describe. To that end, obviously, I think, and we really, I think Matt and I greatly appreciate the opportunity of being able to present in this way. I might say we've appreciated the discourse that we've been able to have, which I think the Commission's been really good at kind of keeping us informed of what you're thinking about and where you're going. That's really important so that we can get a running start at this. The interim report's been important in that as well, but we need to be trying to make sure that when the report is made, the recommendations are considered, that we get some early wins and early momentum on this. And I suppose the final point goes back to a question you asked just after lunch, I think, which is that it's a large organisation. Affecting change is hard. So this is going to be hard as well. Getting things going as quickly as we can, getting early wins on the board. I suppose I'm just trying to describe the importance of momentum here. It's a really critical part of affecting change and making something happen.
Can I get your views about one other thing? In terms of we touched earlier on the Afghanistan Inquiry Oversight Panel, so I'm not going to ask about that report, but I'm just interested in your overall thoughts about whether you think that an external body like an oversight panel overseeing the implementation of recommendations is an effective way to proceed.
They come in different forms, is probably the answer to the question. I don't want to preempt what's in the mind of the Commission, but if I'm right in thinking what's in the mind of the Commission, that would be quite different to what the oversight panel is. I think that had a more limited scope. Obviously you'll recommend what you recommend, but it was not it was an oversight panel, was an assurance mechanism. Anyway, I think that, but I do feel like it played an important role in the context of that. It wasn't, if I'm being honest, I guess coming into government, I wasn't particularly tuned into that body, but having become the minister and then interacted with it, I did find it very useful in that context. But again, I'm kind of, it is not a one-size-fits-all thing here. We are really interested in exactly what the Commission is thinking about, but I can understand where the Royal Commission is coming from. You all want to make sure that what you recommend actually happens. Fair enough. I think we are very open to whatever it is you might propose in terms of ensuring follow through.
I might let the Commissioners pick up on any of that. So I don't have any further questions, but Commissioners, if you do.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you both for your attendance today. If I could perhaps just pick up in relation to that last topic, I'm wondering whether, and if perhaps views from both of you, whether you feel that currently there is sufficient independent oversight of the departments, Defence and DVA, to give you the assurance you need about their performance as an organisation, particularly in relation to the issue of defence and veteran suicide and suicidality. And perhaps if I just preface the follow-up to that, and how do you hold them accountable in relation to their performance on this issue?
So I will defer to Matt in a moment, but like in the most general sense, I don't think it would make sense to have and you're not suggesting this, I'm not, but some kind of independent oversight of the totality of defence. Like defence needs to do its work, and I note in the various comments that you've made, you make that point that it's important that any entity that might be created is not absolving defence of its responsibilities. I think that is an important insight in terms of whatever wherever you go in terms of the recommendations that you're thinking about. And as I say, that it is demonstrated to me in what you've said that you've got that insight. Specifically in relation to this area, I'm probably...
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. Certainly in different areas of the operation of both departments, there's no shortage of Auditor General reports on different elements. I think specifically one of the things that we are in process of developing now, where I think it will produce the opportunity for evaluation and being able to monitor achievability, is the development of the joint Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy, which each agency's had its own previously, which have certainly set out good goals and they've been worked towards and so forth by the departments, but they haven't necessarily come with, I think, methods of evaluation or what are the things that we're trying to measure that against. And so in terms of developing a strategy that would then have action plans about how we're actually going to do these things, or did we then go and do those things? And they're things that existing, obviously as ministers, as a government, but also Auditors General and other bodies can review and hold departments to account. So in terms of existing mechanisms, that's the traditional way, I guess, of how we would and how governments have traditionally done it.
I guess the issue for me is particularly being held accountable for outcomes as opposed to just action.
Yep.
Because we've seen lots of action, we just haven't seen a change in the fundamental rate of suicide. But look, I'll accept your answer. Could I move on to the issue, Minister Keogh, of the Veterans Hubs? And thank you for your explanation around how you see those. I just have a question in terms of whether or not, from a strategic point of view, have you reached the number of hubs that are required, or do you have some process to review that and better understand whether you will need to continue to expand the number of hubs?
I wouldn't say that I'm close to there being more hubs necessarily, but the centres that we've identified and that we're rolling these hubs out into at the moment are the centres that have the greatest veteran populations around Australia. So if you look at the census data and you look at where these hubs are, that matches. And so to that extent, I'm not saying you wouldn't have any more, but we also want to see how these roll out. I also undertook a funding program recently, which was a one-off program, which sort of identified centres run by ex-service organisations or other service organisations where we did provide them with capital and other investment, not at the same level as a hub, but for them to be able to enhance their service provision in sort of smaller population bases or smaller areas where they were doing good work already, and but with a bit of additional funding, not sort of hub funding, but with a bit of additional funding, we're able to then take that to the next level to be able to provide better support to veterans, or a different type of support that wasn't available in that community at the time. And that's proved so far, we think, certainly we've had good feedback on it, but the funding's only just flowed, so we'll see how that unfolds as well. But so I think Certainly there could be some further hubs. I wouldn't say that there wouldn't necessarily be, but I think there's some other things we can also do that might not be necessarily as a hub in the same way that we've traditionally thought about it, and we should always be open to that.
And I guess I was thinking particularly of the changes consequent upon the Defence Strategic Review, where we're seeing a relocation of certain numbers to different parts of the country, which may well then, because people tend to often stay where they discharge from, it may see a change in the.
Yeah, I think certainly if we saw as a consequence of the Defence Strategic Review or any other changes in posture around the country, if you suddenly saw that there was a big movement of population, then we would seek to be responsive to that. I think the biggest change that's come out of Defence Strategic Review will place more personnel in Townsville, for example, where there's a hub operating already.
Which does link in to the issue of the information coming out of the census that's particularly useful, and the need to potentially continue to access information via that route. Could I move on then to just ask about the National Advisory Council and perhaps link it to discussion about a potential National Veterans Strategy? I think in some of the previous testimony before us, the National Advisory Council has been described by at least one group as basically a bit of a talk fest, where people come and they talk and they share information as you described, but it doesn't really necessarily go anywhere. And I absolutely accept the challenges that you articulated, that you don't have the power to direct, etc. But I guess I come from the health world. Health's shared Commonwealth, state and territory, very complex. There is ministerial councils, but there is I guess, the capacity to identify, who's responsible for what are the priorities, what are the key principles, and have a work plan and try and take that forward. And I'm just wondering whether you could envisage something like that, and using perhaps incentives, if there are some that you could identify, just to give more impetus to it, because, you said the Commonwealth fundamentally has constitutional responsibility for veterans, and again, I accept that. But the states have responsibility for corrective services and incarceration. They have responsibility for around the homelessness. They have responsibility for the health services. And, we've had accounts of family members who've been on the wait list of jurisdictions and never make it to the top before they get posted and have to go on the next waiting list. We have issues around education. You spoke about that. There's issues around childcare. So whilst the Commonwealth has constitutional responsibilities for veterans, there's a whole host in the state and territory area, and I know you can't direct it, but if there was ways to actually put a bit more drive behind it, as opposed to just the collaboration that seems to be there at the moment. And I'm sorry, that's a very long-winded kind of non-question, but I just wonder whether a national veterans strategy could perhaps start to articulate some of the challenges and some of the opportunities.
I think, as a minister that's produced a transition strategy and is in the process of trying to develop a defence and veteran mental health and wellbeing strategy and a defence and veteran family support and engagement strategy already, and some of those will sort of touch on some state issues. I think I'd make that point in terms of things we're already working on, and then we'd have to think about how would a national strategy that's trying to deal with state and federal issues sit with that. But I think in terms of the broader proposition, we would certainly be advantaged by the Royal Commission's views on those sorts of matters, and I think I'm certainly keen and trying to use the Veterans Ministerial Council as and the convening power that brings to move forward some of those issues that you were just talking about and that I mentioned before. And certainly a number of the issues you raised are issues that have been brought to me by Defence Families of Australia, for example, and the advocates and delegates that work as part of that organisation, as well as the veteran community as well. But I think there are some differences between, say, how our ministerial council and the relationship between the Commonwealth and the state would work in a veteran space versus, say, the health space or the energy space, where there's some statutory basis for powers and other things. But I think certainly where states are prepared also to step into that space, and not all of them necessarily are able to, the better that's coordinated, that would be a good thing.
Okay, could I move then to just touch on the issue of families? You spoke about the strategy that's being developed. I mean, again, we've heard quite a bit of evidence about the importance of families, but also some of the shortfalls, I guess, in the current support, level of support that's available to families. I guess I'm just seeking your words of commitment to supporting families. And it probably doesn't need to be said, but I'd like to hear it anyway.
No, certainly. Look, I think for both, I mentioned it before in terms of the hubs. Like, we're very present. We are very present as a government to the impact of service on families, as well as in supporting their serving member, in supporting their veteran, the veteran in their family, but also the direct, very real direct impact that is had. I mean, it was once described to me by a defence family advocate as, defence spouses are the most overqualified, underemployed group in Australia, because they are regularly moved around from place to place, have great qualifications, great skills and experience, but have to keep changing jobs, and that impedes them. And that's why we have some programs to try and help with partner employment, and it's why we expanded the scope of the Prime Minister's Veteran Employment Awards, for example, to also look at supporting and acknowledging those organisations doing great work in supporting partner employment. The other thing is that, where the family's not happy, people will leave the Defence Force. And we're conscious of that too. So the better we can support families in service, as well as families out of service, we will get better results for a Defence Force and its capability. We'll have better wellbeing for our serving personnel. We'll have better wellbeing for our veterans. So that's absolutely something that I think is a good thing and that we're committed to trying to do.
And Minister, for those families who've lost loved ones to suicide, do you have any words for them?
Sometimes I certainly do, but I'm also very conscious that at one level, my words will never make up for the loss that they feel and will continue to feel and will never leave them. I think any family that experiences suicide is left with a huge hole and asking many questions about what could have happened differently, what other support might have been provided, were there any signs, and certainly that issue and what are things that could be done better, differently, put in place that would mean that we have less suicide and hopefully no suicide from serving members, from our veteran community. We want to do and we saw this. We've seen this issue. It's been well spoken about by some very strong family members who have had this experience in their families, who advocated for this Royal Commission. And as the Deputy Prime Minister has spoken about before, we were only too happy to support that call for the establishment of this Royal Commission, because we want to see genuinely the recommendations that come from it so that we can try and make positive change. And it's why when the interim report was handed down, we made sure it was publicly made available straight away. It's why we tried to provide our formal response to that interim report in a very timely manner, and we produced it a month later, and that we've tried to crack on with implementing those recommendations from the interim report, and we hope to do that once we see the final report from this Royal Commission as well. We as a government can do that to try and prevent this from continuing to be a problem, an issue that confronts people in defence and veteran families. But I'm also conscious that doing that won't change the lives of people where they've already suffered suicide in their family.
I might just add something there as well, Commissioner, and to be honest, we're intending to say something at the end of our evidence around this, so I appreciate being given the opportunity of doing it now. we really acknowledge the service that people have given in their time in the Defence Force, of course, but we really acknowledge the pain that is felt by families and loved ones when there is a suicide. It's an event in life where there is a before and after, where life is irrevocably changed every day after that moment. And as Matt said, it's words feel utterly inadequate to describe what is the experience for those who have gone through this. But we've had very powerful advocacy when we were in opposition. Juliana knows here, and we know. I mean, it is palpable, the impact that this has had on families, and it is why we were so committed to seeing this Royal Commission happen, and why we are also, deeply committed to implementing the thrust of what this Royal Commission recommends, as we were with the interim report. I want families to hear our acknowledgement of their pain. I do want families to know that is something that we see very clearly. But I actually don't want families to judge us on what we say right now. Judge on what happens. At the end of the day, we will say what we say in this moment, but what is actually going to matter is what you recommend and what we ultimately implement. History will be our judge, and I just want the families to know that we are deeply mindful that in all that we do, we will not be able to escape the judgment of history, and we are utterly focused on making sure that this, your work and our response to it results in meaningful change.
Thank you. I guess I have to ask this next question, particularly given what you've just said. What you've expressed numerous times today is how deeply significant this issue is, that the Royal Commission is to the issue of defence and veteran suicide, and that it's a critical priority, that you called for the Royal Commission, that you preferred that over the previous model of the National Commissioner. But this Royal Commission asked for a further 12-month extension, and government did not grant that. Now, this Royal Commission clearly respects the right of government to determine its priorities. And we will make our best endeavours to do all that we can across this very complex issue and a very broad landscape, and deliver our final report in September this year. But there are still a lot of families and individuals who are questioning why government did not agree to the extension. And I think it might be helpful for them to understand how government informed itself before making that decision about not granting the extension.
Sure. Firstly, that decision, as so many decisions in government, are judgment calls. And again, whether we get those calls right or wrong, we will not be able to escape the judgment of history. In terms of why we made the decision that we made, it actually does stem from quite a lot of the questioning that we've received this afternoon, which has been totally legitimate, and that is, how does one affect meaningful change in the context of a very, very large organisation, in some respects the largest organisation that there is in a way in the country. Clearly on the one hand, I understand that there were more really important stories to be told and to be heard. On the other, and this is where we were coming from, we need to see change happening now. Like, we need to get moving on this. That's how we feel as a government. In answer to an earlier question, we need to start establishing some momentum here. I mean, I know it's been a thrust of what you've been thinking about, that there's been a lot of reports and reviews in the past, and there is a question that you've got in your minds about the extent to which those have been implemented. Fair enough. Very present in our mind was the fact that in our first term we have called for this commission. It's been happening. There was an interim report. We need to start moving on it. That's how we feel as a government. And so, for better or worse, but for this reason, we wanted to get your recommendations this year, so that we can start getting cracking on it right now. Now, I get that there's that means that there will be inevitably stories, legitimate stories, evidence that you might have heard over the course of the next 12 months that won't now be heard. But we've got to get moving on this as quickly as we can. And whether we've made the right call or not, as I say, history will judge that. But if you're asking, what was the motivation on our part for making the decision that we made, that was it. We want to get moving.
My question was how did government inform itself?
Well, it's. I feel I've answered that question in the sense that in trying to wrestle with a large organisation, in trying to wrestle with a history of a lot of recommendations and a lot of reviews, where I think there has been some improvements in some respects, but obviously there is a long way to go in others. That informed a view, which is that we need to have some momentum now and get moving now, and hence the decision that we made.
I think also a couple of things. One was that in the context of that request that was made, and the issue that you've raised about the capacity for further lived experience evidence, and understanding that, and taking into account very strong views from across the veteran community that they wanted to see the recommendations so the government could start implementing them. We did pass legislation to give the Royal Commission power to hold concurrent hearings to receive more of that lived experience evidence, so that whilst there may well be people that still miss out, we maximised that opportunity, providing that additional powers and support to this Royal Commission to try and minimise that difficulty as much as possible, whilst also providing the 3-month extension to the Royal Commission to finalise its work. So, but the clear feedback after the Royal Commission had already had a 1-year extension earlier under the previous government was that the broad community that I was receiving was that the broad community was looking forward to receiving the final report, people seeing the recommendations, and government then being able to implement them. And I think it's fair to say that the decision government took reflects that view that we were aware of, as well as making sure that the Royal Commission had those additional powers to hear that lived experience evidence through parallel means to these hearings as well.
Thank you. I have two final questions. I guess the other side of the coin from those who would have thought longer for the Royal Commission are those, and we kind of hear from them regularly, particularly I guess in the social media sphere, who say this Royal Commission will not make any difference. It won't ever change. And sometimes I think that's directed at defence, and sometimes it's directed at DVA, and sometimes at other parts of the ecosystem. I just wonder whether you have what you would say to those people who say it can't change, it won't change.
Well, firstly, I understand we are operating in the context of a history and a legacy, and I guess the scepticism which is voiced in the comments of that kind. I see where that comes from, and that forms part of the landscape in which you and us are both operating in. It comes back to something I said before, obviously we are really committed to making a difference, and I absolutely know that you are. I really commend the work that you've undertaken and the sincerity and thoroughness with which you've gone about it, and the thoughtfulness in terms of the conversations that you've had publicly with us and the interim report and the like. We are committed to implementing the thrust of the report. Ultimately, history is going to be our judge. I'm really mindful of that. And I'm really mindful that the high point of what I could say in answer to your question right now is barely going to be noticed by history relative to what we ultimately do. And it's incumbent on us as a government to seize the moment. It's incumbent on you, but I think you are doing that in terms of what you're putting forward. And I guess where that leads me is I hope that in time, for the person who has that scepticism, which is understandable, we're able to prove them wrong.
And my last question, I guess, to some extent perhaps flows on from that. Defence in particular, but DVA as well, they have big budgets, and that's as it should be. We're talking here about the defence of our nation and about looking after those who served our nation. So I don't think anyone would quibble with that. And we hear, people are our greatest asset, and I think that applies in DVA as much as it does in defence. I mean, DVA is a people kind of organisation in a sense. But coming out of this Royal Commission, undoubtedly, there's going to be a need for, I think, some investment. We hear constantly about the shortfalls in the capability, particularly the human capability, about, not necessarily having enough resources, about the old IT systems. And yes, things are being done, but I guess what I'm hearing repeatedly is that there are still, despite the big budgets, shortfalls, particularly on the human side. And I recognise there is not an unlimited bucket of dollars and things have to be prioritised. But again, I just wonder, how do you, this is a very broad question, but how does how does the government determine the balance and the needs between whether you spend it on the assets or whether you spend it on the people? How do you actually, how do you prioritise investment in one area over another? And it's probably an unanswerable question, but you kind of get my point, I think.
I apologise, Commissioner. In my respectful submission, that is an unanswerable question because it will start to go into cabinet matters.
So I didn't want to go there. I guess maybe you take it as a comment.
Well, look, I'll do my best not to go to cabinet matters. I think there are two observations I would make, and I know there's been questions of me in relation to my public comments around culture and the leadership and the like. I've tried to go about my work with a curious mind to look at what defence being an organisation I actually greatly admire, but where its strengths are and weaknesses. I think there are two observations I make in the context of the question you've just asked. One is that it really does matter that we get our foundational thinking right. And so there's been a lot of emphasis on that in coming to government, and we've received some criticism for that. But the Defence Strategic Review is an assessment of what is our strategic landscape and what does our defence, what's the job of our Defence Force in the context of that strategic landscape, and therefore what does it need to look like? It was really seeking to ask the foundational question. In asking that, it was really important that it addressed the question of the human side of the equation of people, and it did. And coming out of that, one of the key priorities in terms of the government's response to the Defence Strategic Review was around people. So in going through a process of thinking foundationally about why we have a Defence Force and what we need to do, unsurprisingly, people have come to the fore, or the issue of people has come to the fore in terms of something that needs focus and priority. So hopefully that answers that. I think the second observation I'd make is that I think there has been a mistake made over a long period of time around in respect of the relationship between finance and treasury on the one hand and defence on the other. And this goes to the issue of the quality of the spend. Finance and treasury are, their role as departments have been to ensure best bang for the buck in terms of the public dollar across the whole gamut of public expenditure. That's what they do. And they also look at priority. Defence needs that as much as anyone. It doesn't make sense to ring-fence defence from that. And yet, I think we've seen that happen over a long period of time, where in terms of a range of the kind of processes that finance and treasury go through in respect of other departments, defence has been, carved out of that. Actually, I don't think that. I think that's the wrong thing to do. I think that denies defence of the opportunity of the benefit of the expertise of finance and treasury, and therefore the opportunity to have the greatest quality of spend. We need to not just get the quantity right, although we definitely do need to get the quantity right, but we need to get the highest quality spend in relation to defence as well. And that applies to people also. And so I think, that as kind of foundational matters, I'm trying not to go into questions of cabinet confidentiality, they have definitely informed the way in which we have gone about our work. I think so yes, I've got no doubt that, inevitably you will recommend propositions which require resourcing. We will need to look at those and there may well be a process of going off and winning public money for them. That should be hard fought, but we want to make sure that defence is as exposed as possible to all the scrutiny, proper scrutiny that should come from finance and treasury, so that whatever money ultimately is spent on this and every other area is done so in a way which gives rise to quality.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
I'll try to step back a bit from the existential questions you've been grappling with recently, but revert to one of Commissioner Brown's areas of discussion dealing with the states and your proposition, Minister Keogh, that the Commonwealth has exclusive power over veterans, which I don't question at all, but in a federal system like ours, you do need cooperation of the states in some areas that affect veterans, such as Commissioner Brown enumerated, including incarceration, health, homelessness. And I'd add education as well, because education can certainly be important for the future of veterans when they come out of the force, instance the US GI Bill. But what I'm wondering, and I'm betraying my own background now when I ask the question, is when you come up with, say, states who say they can't afford to assist with counting the numbers of veterans in custody, or making provision for the further education of veterans, or their better health, or curing their homelessness, is it still a useful tool in the Commonwealth to use tied grants under Section 96 of the Constitution to, in effect, say to the states, if here's some money, you use it on these conditions to assist veterans in these ways?
Certainly a useful tool as a general proposition in terms of Commonwealth-state relations. I think what we're seeing, or what I'm seeing in my experience so far, has been that when it comes to sort of that data collection element, working, whether it's in education or health, which we fund anyway, or in other areas like incarceration, where we've actually had some really good research work done in a couple of jurisdictions, and we hope to
That's the trouble. There's a couple of jurisdictions that have it, but
yeah, it's a couple, but it's one of those things where you have to do that work to then demonstrate to the other states why they need to do this. But that's where we're seeing some positive movement. So these are good things. I think in terms of
they're
areas
probably
like
most important for the veterans most at risk of suicide, because those who are homeless or incarcerated, we think are pretty likely to be at risk.
And that's why it's good that we're seeing some good positive movement through the work that the Veterans Ministerial Council's been able to do, and with the relative state and federal departments on that issue. Homelessness is one that we have taken a different approach to as a government, which traditionally has not been the way this matter's been dealt with, because it's sort of largely been seen as a state area of work, and the federal government certainly does fund the states to do a lot of work in that space, and I'm sure it wouldn't have escaped the attention of the Royal Commission that our government's been doing a lot of work when it comes to assisting people into housing through a whole range of variety of measures that we've been introducing. One of them, though, being the Housing Australia Future Fund, and through that fund we have earmarked an amount specifically for veterans' housing support, both in terms of capital but also wraparound service provision. Now, that's something we can do in the veteran space. We can't actually do in other spaces because we've got the constitutional head of power around supporting veterans, which can extend to including housing. So we've recognised that, and we've sort of lent straight in directly into that space, and we'll be rolling out some programs shortly for providers to be able to access those funds, recognising that issue, but as well as the work being done largely through the Housing Minister more broadly in supporting the work that the states do in housing. But I think, I couldn't comment on what happened or didn't happen under the Veterans Ministerial Council and its other iterations before I came into this role, but in the time that I've been in the role, I've been very pleased to see that states are happy to step up and engage with us on, okay, well, what are the things that the states, they don't necessarily involve much cost. It's really just about some systems changes and so forth to allow us to collect data, identify people that need assistance, be able to roll out those services that we already would fund in many respects to make sure that they're available and we know who these people are. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. I just have a couple of issues, and forgive me if I'm going over old ground a little bit. Just taking a couple of the points that have been made earlier. In relation to the National Veteran Strategy, you would have seen former Premier Andrews give evidence in Melbourne. I guess I just want to leave you with this thought. He gave very compelling evidence about the pressing need for a National Veteran Strategy, which would obviously come out. I note your comments earlier, Minister Keogh, in relation to the difficulties that you face with the Ministerial Council and bringing it together and getting everyone to agree on what's to be done and so on. But I just ask that you take that on board, because it's not going to happen probably until you have a more effective Ministerial Council. That from that would obviously flow this National Veteran Strategy. We see it as something that could be very helpful. The second issue is a little bit easier. You may be aware of the census that was conducted, and for the first time they asked the question to ascertain whether someone is a serving or former member. And I think for the first time we have reasonably definitive figures now about where people are, how many of them there are, and then obviously that would help everyone, but particularly the Commonwealth, in terms of service delivery. I'm happy to stand corrected, but we've been told there is no guarantee that question will continue, because each question has a dollar value attached to it. If you're in a position to comment on it, happy to hear either from the Deputy Prime Minister or yourself, but again, it's something that I think you ought perhaps to take on board. It would be a shame to lose that source of really helpful data about where our veterans and serving members are. I don't know whether you want to comment on it or not.
It's not something within my area of ministerial responsibility, but I certainly acknowledge the benefit of the data, and I know you've seen that as well.
Thank you. And the third and final thing I just wanted to mention, and it's in some ways more of a comment, and then it's a matter for yourself whether you want to comment on it or not, but just taking some of the comments from Commissioner Brown further. you were in opposition, obviously, and you supported the establishment of the Royal Commission. In fact, you were instrumental in the establishment of the Royal Commission. And at that point in time, there was an interim commissioner under Dr. Bernadette Boss. It wasn't perfect. The legislation hadn't gone through, and there were a number of issues with how it was established and so on. But at least there was a body there that was examining the situation, the environment, conducting research, and then reporting sort of publicly. And you're aware, I don't need to go over it again, you've mentioned it yourself, the dozens of inquiries and hundreds of recommendations that preceded us, and a lot of people saw Dr. Boss's entity as being a line in the sand that would begin to sort of bring it all together. Now, we appreciate that once this Royal Commission is disestablished, it's uncertain what will happen next, and it's probably unfair to ask a government to comment on what they're going to do after the Royal Commission is finished when we haven't given you our recommendations yet. I accept that, but I just want to leave you with this thought, certainly for all our stakeholders, and we've spoken to hundreds, if not thousands of people over the last 2.5 years, it would put a whole lot of minds at rest if there was some sort of, not commitment, but in principle agreement to what happens after we finish here. In broad terms, and with some caveats about what may or may not be put in place, in terms of having a body that may in fact look at what's happening on a more ongoing basis. And I don't say that it's got to be forever, it could be perhaps for a decade and can be reviewed or whatever. I simply leave you with that thought, and it's a matter for yourself whether you want to comment on it, but it would certainly, there is a lot of anxiety, I think, in the community about what will happen when the Royal Commission finish. If there is no, and I'm not preempting anything at all, obviously, in fact we haven't given you our recommendations yet, but if there is no change in the environment, we will actually leave the constituency in a worse place than when we found them. Because before we were established, at least it was Dr. Boss's place, and they were doing good work. And I think all of us here would hate to see that we have left the constituency in a worse place than when we found them. But matter for yourself whether you want to comment.
So I think, firstly, in relation to the body that preceded you, I mean, I simply point to the resources that have been committed to this relative to what was committed to that, in terms of this needed to be a change moment, and the reason why we supported a Royal Commission is because we felt that it needed the full resources of a Royal Commission, which is what you've had, which the former body was not going to do. But I mean, I understand the context in which you put it, but I just want to be clear about the context in why we ultimately supported Royal Commission and why we ultimately felt that that was inadequate for the moment. Looking forward, yeah, I mean, look, it is impossible for me to, or Matt to make commitments in respect of recommendations that haven't been made, and ultimately recommendations that will be need to be endorsed in a collective process through the Cabinet. But I make two points. One is, we get why you would look at this question, and I've said repeatedly during the course of the day, we are deeply interested in what you have to say in respect of that question, point one. Point two, we are committed to implementing the thrust of this commission. And right now, you know, it is impossible for me to say more, but this will play out. You know, it's not, I mean, whether people feel like that's not what they want to hear in this moment, what it is going to play out, like people will get to ultimately assess what you recommend and the degree to which we implement it.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Minister Keir, did you want to add anything? I'm not expecting you to.
There's nothing more to add to what the Deputy Prime Minister's outlined in terms of our approach, other than to emphasise and reiterate, you know, our commitment to this process. Because we as a government, and I think you know, every serving member and veteran and family will be benefited from not just the recommendations, but the discourse around them in the Refiner report, in terms of understanding the issues that which underlies those issues, and then government benefiting from the clarity of recommendations that can come from all of the evidence that you've been able to gather through the course of this Royal Commission. And to that extent, I really want to say, you know, thank you for the work, you know, that you have been doing. As you said, it's been long, and I think it's been, you know, to some extent, you know, you are grappling with very serious and heavy issues, and I really want to thank not just you as commissioners, but everyone who's been working with you and assisting you, because this is terribly important work to get right so that we can benefit from those outcomes, but not because it needs to be about us as a government implementing recommendations, but because the veteran and defence community need that.
Could I just add my voice to that, Commissioner? There were 2 points we really wanted to make of their own kind of volition in presenting. I'm indebted to Commissioner Brown asking us the question earlier in relation to what we would say to the families. So I won't repeat that, but I thank you for giving us that opportunity. But the second is what Matt's just done now. We really want to thank the three of you for your service and for what you're doing. It is deeply important. But for all those who have worked within the Commission as well, this needs to be a moment of change. It is a profoundly important undertaking. Those who, council and everyone else who's been working with you, it's a rare opportunity to change the country, and we mean for it to change the country. And we are really, really grateful for what the three of you and what for all of you who have been working on the Commission have done, and you very much have.
Thank you. Thank you. Miss, forgive me if I mispronounce your name, Miss
Merzabit. I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shepto, are there any matters arising?
No matters arising.
Okay, the witnesses to be excused from their summons to appear. Yeah. We just, again, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister, we just want to thank you for your time today. We know it's a whole day you've taken, but it is, I hope, one of the more important things that we've all done in this week and in the proceedings. We valued the opportunity to have a full and frank discussion with you about all sorts of issues, and we'll meet again, I'm sure, somewhere. Thank you for your evidence. You're excused from your summons to appear today then. Are there any other issues anyone wants to bring up? If not, I understand we're adjourning until 9 a.m. Tuesday. We'll adjourn then.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now adjourned to 9 a.m. Tuesday, 12th March 2024.